Hello and welcome to The Last Ditch Season 2 Episode 21? Is that what it
I'm just a
is?
visitor here. I don't know, man.
Last week was 19 or 20. So
I
Yeah.
think last week was 20, but it accidentally said 19, so I think it's 21 this time. I just get less and less certain as the series goes on.
It is 21. I checked.
Nailed it. Okay, perfect. Yeah, welcome to episode 21. We're back with our final guest cast for the second episode of 4. And I gotta go through all the announcements and that kind of thing before we can get going and have some fun. So, because this bit isn't fun, it's just I'm not helping myself. We got some announcements. Not only a couple today. We've got the Knights Black Agents character sheets from our recent Saturday show. They are out on the Patreon. You can check them out right now to see what that was all about. It was in the gumshoe system that one worked in, which I don't think we've had on the channel before. So I was learning how that works, and it's interesting. We also have a show coming up on Saturdays, of course, because Knights Black Agents has ended. The next one is coming. We are having a 2-week break. So yesterday we had the first of that break, and next week will be more break. And then after that, on the 14th of August, we're going to have our new Mage campaign, which you're going to be hearing more about in the time leading up to that show. So nothing on Saturdays till then, but on the 14th is when we will be back. We're also sponsored by Roll20. We use Roll20 for all the games we play because it's really convenient, and we were doing that anyway. And then we were like, oh, we'll get a sponsorship. Why not? So now we can do giveaways. They give us copies of Roll20 like digital forms of RPG books that we can give away. We've got some World of Darkness books giving away at the moment, VTM 5th edition. And if you want to get involved in those giveaways, you can check out the Twitter. The pinned tweet usually has the details of whatever giveaway is currently going on. I always forget what the actual state of it is, but I know we were doing a few recently, and I think we've got a couple more we're doing in like the next couple of weeks. Just go to the pinned tweet. You know as much as me about the current state of them, but Maggie knows what's going on with that, and she's doing the things, and you can do things to win those copies. And sometimes I think we do them like live on the stream, so you can like if you're here and then you press the right buttons, you can get them that way. So yeah, check out those, and yeah, we use Roll20 because like it's very very easy to roll dice with friends and play all different RPGs using the system. Right, so the way that we're actually able to do all this stuff, the way that we're able to have all the cool shows that we do and have all the awesome people on those shows that we do, and also have cool stuff like nice art and cool overlays and all that kind of thing, and just everything involved in making an RPG show is thanks to Patreon, your support on Patreon. We have a whole bunch of different tiers that give you a whole bunch of different rewards, including one unlimited 2 MP3s of all of our shows, after shows that we record after every show, where we establish everyone's bacon preference, and then we talk about what happens in the show and other things. You can get character sheets, you can get enemy character sheets, other things from the GMs like session plans and maps and secret plots and stuff like that. You can submit names for NPCs. You can watch the monthly recaps where the admins recap the month, talk about how all the shows are going and all that kind of thing. And you can also take part in a once monthly game jammed by a member of the Roll for It cast. It's a private game that just you get to be a part of. You can also support an episode every month as well. Those are both the legend tier things. And then if you're deity tier, we run out of things at that point. Where we put an extra tier in because that's always it's the good advice to have when you're making a Patreon is put in one more tier than you think you'll need. We had to do that twice because people kept being very very nice and supportive. So the top tier of deity, where we don't know what to do anymore, we give you a personal thank you video for being so awesome. You can also support us, of course, on Twitch doing the Twitch things. You can drop us bits. There was some nice demonstrations of that there, which will appear in the cup and do a physics and all that kind of thing, and help give Sheepy his beard back. You can give us tips. They appear on the screen. Read them out at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And, of course, you can subscribe on Twitch, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the VODs, which normally would have to wait 24 hours for them to appear over on the YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, you can become a YouTube member, which gives you emotes and badges over there. Being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or Patreon support to let you join the Discord, where you can check out all the different rooms for all the different shows, and of course join the rear guard and make some dice rolls that will get the party killed probably. But maybe it'll help. You never know. it's a possibility. You can also roll as the orcs, and I mean that's the same. It's like whatever side you're rolling for, it's got a percentage chance of making things better for the party and of making things worse. You could become an orc and try and roll badly, just will the dice to hit high numbers, and maybe you'll help the team out. But yeah, you can do that, and there's other stuff going on in there as well. Like there's a looking for group room and gaming rooms and RP rooms and all that kind of thing, and you can just check out in there what's going on, and also occasionally get some secret hints about coming shows when we add some secret project roles to cast members. People like to troll the cast list for new roles popping up and then try and work out what they mean. It's always fun to watch them because usually you'll put a new role, like a new role name in with some cryptic name, and someone will be like, ooh, and then they'll like guess something wrong, and then someone will be like, it's probably this, and it'll be right, and then for like the next week everyone will guess other things that are incorrect more and more so, and when in fact it was like the second guy who was right the whole time. That's usually how it goes. So it's fun to watch people try and work out what they could mean. Because we did Project Wake this time, and that was Mage. I was like, I like Wake because people could think it's something to do with like water sports.
Yeah, clearly surfing.
Yeah, exactly. Some people guessed that. I'm like, yes, it worked. Yeah, you can also just support just by being here, just by showing up and contributing to the view numbers, makes the algorithms like us and the websites put us in more visible places and all that kind of thing, so we super appreciate that. And of course, pressing all the buttons, all the bells and whistles around the player that say follow and subscribe and have bells on and all that kind of thing generally works well too, and we appreciate it. And we also love to hear from you, so please chat in the chat and comment in the comments, and we'll try and read them all and see what you're into and what you're enjoying about the show, what you want to see, all that kind of thing. And of course, make sure to clip as we go, especially with this show, because holy crap, I had like 10 clips last week. There were so many clips that I was missing clippable moments because I was editing other clips. So have your clip buttons ready to go on this one, because you can only clip while live, because for some reason, some only VODs cannot be clipped after the fact by anyone, even us. Doesn't make any sense. Whatever. But there is now YouTube clipping, so you could clip on YouTube as well, and so that you've got a second chance now. But yeah, no. Hit the button and give us some cool clips, and we'll see if we can put them in some compilations and that kind of thing, because we love that kind of thing. Speaking of that kind of thing, let's get on with it. I'm done with my stuff, so let's hand over to Sheepy for everyone to get blown up and stomped on by squiggets.
Okay, so before I turn on the explosions, which don't worry, they're coming. Last time we were introduced to Hey You, the Ogryn. We were introduced to Grudo Harchin, who is a Rattling sniper, and additionally to Bigby Tenpot, the cook, who has been helping with specialized mortar rounds, which didn't drive the enemy into a frenzy. There's no proof of that.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Well, didn't they frenzy, but they like frenzied in the wrong direction? So like they frenzied at us instead of on each other. Like I feel like it worked as intended, but it was kind of one of those Wishmaster type things where like you didn't get exactly what you wished for because you said it wrong.
It was close enough, I think.
If you'd hit them with it when they were kind of sitting around not doing much just by themselves, then they probably would have attacked each. The problem is if you're like already battle charging and then you get hit by like a battle frenzy, it's just gonna kind of have you charge a bit harder. We also saw what happens when you get hit by an orc in close combat.
That's true.
Staff Sergeant Babson got cleaved in twain, and
R.I.P. to the legend.
Yeah, poor guy. Which unfortunately means you're kind of without an NCO.
I see this as an absolute win. We can just leave. That's how it works. Like if the teacher doesn't get to class in 10 minutes, if you don't have an NCO, you can just leave.
I mean, what's the rules when the teacher gets cut down in the middle of class? Is it like you may then leave, or?
That's a question for the FBI. I've never been in that situation.
Fair enough. So yeah, at the point where we left off, you were on the front lines holding off the enemy advance. While
Is that what you want to call that? Holding off them? I think we just
mean,
got overrun by them.
I mean, so you didn't do amazing. Or well, you did fine.
Okay.
Like there were 2 waves of attack that you have held off.
Okay, all right.
You know, there
the
was
third one caught up though.
there was the Gretchen, which was just kind of a shooting match. And there was a little bit of baseball while Hey You was throwing grenades at heads. Then there was the Orc charge, just, you know, which went okay, I guess. Your staff sergeant got killed, but like you were really close to dying in that one. You just managed to dodge the hit that
Oh, I remember.
yeah. But the third wave is coming, and the third wave is you know, some killer cans, more orcs, a lot more orcs, and there is a squigoth in the background. It's yeah. So we are going to start back up with there's a reason why that's doing that. There we go. So currently there is a lull in battle. The kind of, let's call it the third wave, because essentially is the third wave of enemies coming towards you, are progressing reasonably slowly. You can hear on your sides, like, there's a lot of exclamations and shouting and preparations. There's a lot of artillery being fired from your side as well, in the hopes of, you know, kind of a mixture of slowing down the advance, and also hoping maybe it never gets to you. So, as I said, you're without an NCO. It is the 3 of you in this kind of barn house defense bit. Just thoughts on your options. Running away is always an option. You have been ordered by the captain and technically by your staff sergeant, who is now dead, to hold the line until until either you're dead or the orcs stop attacking or etc. Essentially, your orders are stay here until told otherwise. There is always the option of like running off to find a voice of authority, be it like a corporal or a sergeant or you know, whoever. Or, you know, you can sit here and just hope that they walk past you.
So, like,
If we
how
stay,
far
we are
away?
still.
Like, can we tell how far away, like, the killer cans and the squigoth are?
Yeah, so they're visible, but they're like in the distance. So we're talking like there's a good 5 minutes if they keep up the pace, if they keep up the slow like pace. Maybe even longer, maybe like 10 minutes until they actually are within weapons range for you and for themselves.
Okay, so are they taking like mortar fire or anything right now? Like, or...
Yeah, mortar artillery fire. Like, as we speak, there are killer cans blowing up. There are orcs taking direct hits. Like, you know, they're taking damage.
You know, you mentioned a giant squigoth previously. I don't know if anyone remembers that, but what the fuck is that doing?
That's essentially at the back, and you know what? Seeing as you're probably all 3 of you, except for maybe Hey You, I'm not 100% sure on that dude because he gets easily distracted. Roll me we'll call it an awareness on this one, honestly, because scrutiny doesn't quite fit.
Okay.
Should we all be rolling that, or just Bigby?
If you're kind of like looking at the kind of enemy activity and whatnot, there's not much else for you to do, so I imagine everyone's having a little
Rolled a 56 minus 1.
Ow.
Okay.
I rolled really bad. I rolled an 89.
That is an 89.
That was
is
almost
bad.
a critical fail. Almost put my eye out.
With your own rifle, like looking down the scope, just
You
fucking
went
fire.
to the
and
scope
like,
and just like
"Ah!"
bruised your eye. Essentially, from what you can tell, at least, it might be being used as essentially like an anchor point for the advance. That's the best I can kind of say for you. Is like, it's definitely at the back. So the killer cans and the orcs are kind of moving up in front. They, technically speaking, they're soaking up a lot of the artillery. You've seen a couple of artillery hits hit the Squigoth.
Does it seem to care?
Not that much.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
Yeah.
So, for the audience out there who might not remember, what's our means of communication here? Because I know we just kind of jumped into a pickup truck and drove away.
Yeah.
So do we have radios? Is there some kind of communication guy here?
So your squad is essentially like the Ogrin Rattling combo squads are essentially independent operators within combat. So very often you guys will be thrown into the urban combat and basically be told, go on in there and have a run around and do stuff. That you get your own individual objectives. For the most part, this is an emergency situation, so slightly different. In terms of communication, sometimes you do have a radio. Sometimes you don't really need one because it's just like, there's your objective, do the thing and then come back. So you don't have a radio currently. You don't have a radio operator, but if you exit the building to the left or the right and go to the trenches, well, the makeshift trenches, I guess you'd say, you'd probably be able to find a radio reasonably easy or talk to a radio man.
Okay. And my last question was, there was a bunch of other people around us, right? There was like a bunch of scorpions and mortar teams and other shit. What are I mean, obviously they're firing, right? But like what are they doing?
So currently to your left and your right, you can hear, and also if you go take a quick peek, and you can see that they are not super happy with the current situation, but and they did literally just fight off a wave of orc charge, much like yourselves. So, but there's still cohesion, and there's still like a kind of a fairly resolute, we're going to beat this advance, with a healthy dose of, I fucking hope they ask us to retreat soon.
Okay, all right.
So, like, it doesn't look like they're breaking anytime soon, but that may change very quickly once the advancing enemy get to where you are.
Cool. Yeah, so Big B kind of looks around to, like, at first, hey you, and then realizes, no, we're not gonna do that. And then turns to Grudo and goes, oi, what the fuck are we doing?
I don't know. The Sarge is dead.
No, I know, I saw that.
Yeah.
He's literally like in half on the floor of the barn still.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like stammering at this point. Like the reality of this situation is very much setting in. What's the normal MO for this situation? Who's our superior officer right now? Do we just stay here?
I'm thinking it's fucking hey you. He said he was the general.
If you point to hey you'll see him in the background. I'm trying to put back the two pieces of the sergeant together. Like,
I don't think it works like that, hey.
There's like a light squelch as you point over towards hey, and it's like, and you're like, okay.
Nah, I say we fall back to the trenches with the rest of the guys to see if we can find a Voxcaster. Anything else that'll help us get into contact with a captain, maybe? I don't know what we're supposed to do here. They said stay here, but like it's about to be overrun.
Yeah, no, I know. They said, and then they said stay here, and then you saw him get chopped. And now, hey, Gross.
Oh,
Oh no, you have an idea, buddy?
yeah.
Is that a
Um,
yes, or are you hungry?
A little of both. That's why I got my idea.
Oh,
Looking at the barn very quickly, how many holes are there in it?
So the
what
front.
a hey you question to ask.
I'm scared to
Bear
know
with
where
me.
this is going.
Are we talking doors and windows as well, or are we just?
No, like holes that shouldn't be there in the first place.
On the front, a lot. On the side, a few, like a couple.
Okay, so it's okay. Hear me out.
This
think-
always excites me.
I have an idea. Bigby,
Yeah.
how much leaf you have?
Probably enough.
I know how we can give them a surprise.
Oh.
We can hotbox the shit out of this barn.
You know, it's not a bad way to go out. You know, Grudo,
No, us not in. No,
oh,
we pretend, and then when they come all in, they go, "Oh, what's this?" And then they're like, "Oh," and then they go like, "I'm hungry," and then they eat each other. Like maybe they'll give the barn as a. Do you think we can dress the barn up as a prison for the Quiggle?
You know, not your worst idea.
I
would
know,
say.
but that's because I think I'm a bit hungry and I want some leaves again.
I do have one more burrito that I could shoot into your face, but I think that's a last-ditch effort there. Although I do like Grudo, I do like the hot box issue, because if we're too high to feel the axe chop us in half, then you know.
Well, I mean, I think it's sort of open to interpretation, because if you look at the Saj, he got cut in half just so quick that I don't think he really felt it either. So I think it
Yeah.
also has to do with kind of the speed of the ending, not necessarily the highness during the ending.
You know, but if you combine the two of them, right, and we're super high and they're super fast, then fucking whoop, we're dead. And now neither
Mathematically, it
knows.
checks
A
out.
burrito.
what I'm saying. No, don't.
Just as a just to flavor this a little bit for you.
Please don't.
All. The Squiggoth comparative to the Bon is about 2, maybe 3 times taller than Bon.
Up that for us.
It's quite far away, so it's hard to tell exactly how big it is.
Mm.
But yeah, the Bon's about 2 stories, so the Squiggoth is a rough estimate about 4 to 6 stories.
Oh,
I think. he's
how
having an
big
idea
is
or a
your
shout.
burrito?
It's the size. It's little. It's a little burrito.
Can
Look at
you
the size of
make
me.
it bigger? I think we can fire it with the scorpion. Into the Quigger.
I'll be honest with you, Bigby. I don't think we have a better idea right now. I think we should just follow this thread and see where it goes.
If you only have a small, I can hold it and you fire me in the scorpion.
Like, how big of a burrito can we make right now? Like, we've got like 10 minutes tops.
I didn't think I'd have to answer this kind of question today, but you know, fuck it. And he like shoves the table side off of the big giant cauldron he carries around and just starts dumping shit into it. You know, hey, just take the shovel you got there and just scoop up a shit ton of dirt and just give it a chuck right in here. Fucking all right. All right. Let's see
I
what
start
happens.
digging.
And I'm gonna start making a giant burrito sheep,
Okay,
which is a phrase you never thought you'd hear playing Warhammer 40k.
there you go. Also, just as a sidebar, while kind of midway in between this, there's a like banging on the back of the barn, on the door.
It's orcs! And I aim at the door.
Come in.
There's a so this is at the back, so facing away from the orcs, just FYI.
We
I
said what
still
we
do
said.
it.
It would not. It would not
What
matter
happened?
for me.
It would.
Don't try to inject logic in this situation. With
Oh
a
yeah. Your staff sergeant is severed in half, or still on the floor of the barn. So understandable the paranoia and
Yeah,
twitchiness, let's say. But a head pops in and like looks around for a second and says, "All right, there."
Oh, hey! Are you the guy from before when I was digging a hole, or do you all just sound the same? You know, you tall ones, I can't really tell you apart. You kind of look all tall.
It's true. All talls do look the same. I just kind of add that from the background in the loft.
I didn't realize there was anyone still alive in here.
Yeah, most of us. Only our sergeant got 2. You know, actually, thanks for the heads up. Hey, could you take the sergeant and oh, this sounds bad, but it's going in the squiggle. Put him in the pot. Take his I don't know, his tags off and put him in there. The squiggle deleted, right? You know, hey,
I don't mean
1-4. Squiggles eat people, right?
I don't mean to interrupt.
You did, but that's all right.
But I've just got from HQ and I've been assigned to help hold this barn. I hope you don't mind if me and my lads come in and occupy. It looks like there's space.
Yeah.
This is my loft, though. I called dibs on this loft up here. You notice that I've made like little fortifications out of hay or like whatever's up here, and I'm just kind of like peeking over the top.
A little flag that says "full kick ass."
Where did you have time to make that?
I'm productive. I'm not a tall.
You ever heard of
those
Tony
damn
Plaskett?
tall.
All right,
Oh,
I'll get my lads and we'll take up position if you don't mind. Is anyone using that heavy bolter there?
Not no more.
Yeah, no, he was using it and he got severed.
Well, I'll be right back with my lads then. And
Great.
His head disappears from the thing and closes.
What? So for my own edification and the audience, we
Yeah.
can't forget them. What the 1-4? What do they do besides dig trenches
So
and drink recaf?
So that's a lot of it is that, to be honest. But
Yeah.
they're essentially invariably in normal combat. They tend to build defenses, bridges. They're combat engineers.
Okay.
So they do fight, but it's usually in these type of situations where they get really stuck in. In general, they'll be like the second line of combat for the most part. But having said that, they have their own like companies and stuff that are fully combative, and they go out on their own operations and stuff. They just tend to veer towards more the engineering side of things as opposed to like it's like the 12th. You guys hate it here. This is a defensive line. You prefer skirmishes or kind of like exchange.
I prefer downtime.
Yeah, downtime.
I do prefer sandwiches. You're right.
I feel like things always kind of go. If you'll recall, downtime is how we got here.
That's true.
Because somebody had to steal a towel, and so now we have to die on the front lines.
I would like to add there that if I had stolen a towel and orcs didn't land on the planet, I would have just stolen a towel and we would have been in trouble on downtime. I think the orcs are why we're here.
Then they would have just put up against the wall. Same outcome, faster resolution.
If anything, it's more efficient, is what I'd say. In the sake of cooperation here with the 1-4, Grudo, and definitely not Hay, we should probably figure out who's in charge here. Like we should do an authority thing, like, oh, you're moving in with us, so I'm the man in charge or whatever. Because our guy, he's dead, and I think we should field promotion is a thing, right?
I don't know. I just got here. But I do think those 1-4 guys, they seem kind of suspicious. I bet they're gonna they got that recap all up in their system. I bet they're gonna try to take over. This is our bond. We've been holding this for like an entire episode. I mean, for like an entire battlefield.
This does feel like
For
I'm
an
having an
entire
episode.
skirmish.
It feels like I'm having an episode of the Leaf here. You know, I would say if you don't mind, you do have the bigger gun. I
Is
think
that
that's
how Battlefield promotions are dictated? Because he's got a Ripper gun. I just want to point out that I feel like, hey, can you hold up your Ripper gun?
Hay has dropped his shovel down. He's now sitting like cross-legged, arms crossed, and he's not doing anything.
Hey, buddy,
what's happening, bud.
you okay there?
No! Bigby doesn't want to include me in anything. Never asks for my opinion.
Well, you know, you're a general.
So?
We are trying to decide who gets the higher rank since the sergeant died, and you're already higher than the sergeant's rank. So we wouldn't want to demote you to sergeant by including you in this conversation. You're out there doing officer shit, and we're in here doing NCO shit. And so we didn't want to, cross the wires, as they say.
Oh.
He gets back up and takes the shovel again. Picks up the shovel and says,
Then I let you to your peasant talk.
Perfect. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, General.
Oh, my Ripper gun's over there.
it's like
I walk
10
over and I
feet away.
compare my long las to the size of the Ripper gun, and this is where we really test Sheepy on how much he knows about Warhammer 40k,
Okay, yeah.
which
yeah.
is longer.
So the long las is longer, but the Ripper gun is meatier. So the long las is basically long and kind of streamlined. The Ripper gun is just like it's almost like a fucking orc weapon. It's just big chunky pile of horrific solid projectile throwing crap, basically.
And we all know that the important part is the girth, not the length. So
Yes.
just saying.
Is that what we're doing?
Are we just disregarding precision here? What about the argument of precision?
Listen, I'm saying.
If I shoot everywhere, it's gonna get in a hole.
Listen, here's what I'm saying, right? We'll address that if we survive. If he's already a general and we're two specialists, your gun's bigger than my gun. And if I've learned anything in the military, it's that everything's a dick measuring contest, with or without one.
Do you even have a gun, Bigby?
I have a gun.
I was gonna
It's
say,
right
like,
here.
I see you with your pot and your leaves, and so like I never really thought about it till now. Like, do they let guys in the Imperial Guard without a gun?
Yeah, they didn't. And then they gave me one and said, well, fuck it, you're in. And I said, oh, shit, all right.
That's how I like all of my employment opportunities, to begin with a resounding fuck it.
Yeah. And then they give you a gun. It wasn't a bad. They said, we'll pay you, give you a gun, you can cook for yourself. And I said, all right, well, I was doing the cooking myself, and now I have a gun and I'm getting paid. So it can't be all bad, right? And then I turned up here.
And then the 1-4 officer kind of walks in the back of the barn with his troop of, it looks like kind of 15-20 guys. They seem fairly businesslike. They walk in kind of carrying these like rolls of what looks like maybe sheet metal or something, and immediately like move past you like you're kind of not there, and start reinforcing the front of the barn. And there's some hammering, and there's some things. Incidentally, you haven't looked outside for a bit, but it's probably been more than 5 minutes at the very least, and there's no sign of like being shot at.
Oh, the whole time I'm
quiet
won.
to you, Bigby?
We haven't stopped talking the entire time, really. So no. And now they're hammering.
I go and I look out the window. Why is it so quiet?
So the killer cans, the orcs, and the squig-off, like everything in front of you, kind of like, and it spans out to the side, like, it's one of those things where you look left, you look right, and there's just enemy all down the line. They've kind of stopped, probably like 500 plus meters away. It's like outside of engagement distance, and seem to be like it's hard to tell. Like you could maybe have a little bit of a scope.
Can I see through my scope?
Yeah. Give me a scrutiny plus 20 because you got your scope. As you're kind of like going up and down the line.
I really should have took scrutiny.
Scrutiny is like specific.
Hey, a 27.
There you go.
I'll take it.
Yeah, so as you go up and down the line, and just FYI, for a sniper, you're not out of range. It's just going to be a big minus to shoot. But it's probably out of range of most weapons, aside from like obviously artillery, and kind of like the heavier weapons, like a heavy bolter you could maybe reach, but it's going to be a difficult shot type thing. It's essentially what you see is like a lot of the units, a lot of the orcs and the killer cans as well, but to a lesser extent, but mainly the orcs up the front seem like they're raring to go. And they're kind of like every now and then a couple of them will step out of line, and one of the bigger orcs who's kind of like walking up and down the line will just give them a fucking smack, and occasionally one of them takes a round to the head. Essentially, from what you can tell, they're being held in line for something, like waiting for a God knows, but yeah.
Anybody ever fought orcs before? I shout down from the loft.
2 minutes ago.
I mean, like, not the fight we was just in. Hey, thank you for your input, though, General. Anybody, 14th? Any of you guys fought orcs before?
You, shovelhead. Talking to you. You fought an orc?
No. Wait, are you talking to the main guy or
Any-
I was just shouting it to the entire group.
Yeah, anyone.
I've never even seen an orc before.
Oh, well, there's one right there. I pointed the one on the
It's
floor.
like there's literally like one dead on the ground, like a lasbird through its head.
What do you reckon they're doing over there?
I don't know. They're lining
Gonna
up for
lie down?
something. They were this entire time. They've been running towards us, and now they've all stopped, and they're just sitting there.
Yeah, no, I know.
But they stopped like perfectly outside the range of where we can hit them, like almost exactly, like creepily, like exactly where our weapons fire ends.
That's so weird. It's like they're. I thought they were just giant idiots.
It's almost like there's a guy who's telling them that they should stop right there, right outside of range. It's weird. It's the oddest thing.
I didn't think they could do that.
Hey, Grudo, why are they taking out tape measures?
It's a dick
Tape
measuring
measures.
contest. It said it's a military. It's all the same. No matter where you go.
And then the guy who from the 1-4 who came in originally has been kind of like overseeing and just gently telling his troops, like, like put that up over there, like move this, and like the front of the barn is a lot more solid now. It's not like it'll stop an artillery shell or a cannon or anything like that, but lesser fire, sure, it may help. And it's kind of been in between orders and talking to his troops. They're quite quiet and kind of not grim-faced, just getting about their work. He looks at probably ups the ladder at Grudo and says, I assume that you are with the 12th.
Yeah, they stationed us out here, but we haven't heard anything from command in a while, and our NCO's been dead for a minute. They just said stay in the barn till otherwise told.
Right. Well, I'm not your officer, so I can't command you, but this has now been assigned to me to defend, so if you like, you can probably go defend somewhere else if you want. You're perfectly welcome to stay here. or you can go and look for more orders.
How far into the burrito crafting process is Bigby right now?
It kind of
Because
got,
like if we're leaving, this might be wasted.
it kind of got paused because of the conversation. So the staff sergeant is like half in, half out of the cauldron. It's just like his.
So Bigby, what if, stick with me here.
Yep.
What if we don't make the sergeant into a burrito?
Yeah.
Instead, we have Hay carry his body back to the trenches so we can find a commanding officer, and also we can say that we didn't leave a guy behind. Like in the in the recruitment viz, they're always making a big deal about that, right? They're like, "Oh, we never leave a man behind," and they're like running through smoke, and they're like doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah. No, I've seen the
Like-
posters. Yeah.
Yeah, like we could be that guy right now.
Yeah.
Like
well,
we
you
could
know
be
what?
like no man left behind instead of making him into a burrito.
You know, I say a little bit of column A, little column E. He's already in the pot, so I think just have Hay take the whole pot. Worst case scenario, burrito. Best case scenario, commendation medal or something.
Here's a question for you. How many ingredients other than the sergeant have you already put in the cauldron?
Dirt.
Yeah, it's dirt and boiling water. Well, like simmering water. It hasn't quite got to the point of.
Okay, because I was just thinking that if we go back to the trenches with our NCO in a pot covered in like oregano and cumin and all that kind of stuff, it's not going to look great. It's going to be a hard sell.
I'm not going to waste that kind of good spices on a squiggle. That's ridiculous. No, it's just dirt and water.
All right, maybe we'll cook up some kind of, I don't know, like we were trying to keep the smell down or something to hide from the orcs. I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go. But I say we go back to the trenches and we get some new orders because this place, and I look around to see where the nearest 14th guy is. I'm like, these guys are fucked.
And it's like you can't really see that well because you're on the top of the thing. So like there's two guys like just below you, kind of like walking around.
Yeah, no, it's a. Hey, could you take the pot and just put the whole table back on? Captain Shovelhead, real quick. Just if I may, I don't want to overstep. Oh, there you go. Hey, thanks. Leave the body in there. I don't want to overstep you being a captain and me not being one. But I would like to add that the majority of the holes you saw, they weren't from small arms fire. It was from when the orcs ran in and just started fucking hitting with axes and shit. So
right,
you might want to dig a trench with, I don't know, spikes or something in it so they fall in.
Well, I'm not sure we'll have time for that. I'm hoping that.
Yeah. No, well, they're having like a sit down over there, so you might have more time than you think,
Right. Well, we'll see how things progress, I guess.
Good luck with it.
It looks like you had a rough time here, so I wish you luck.
Thanks. You two there. If I could also add one suggestion, don't stand. I know it seems counterproductive with the whole guns part, but don't stand in the window. In the window. The window.
Winter.
The window. The window, right here. He like points
to
the window.
He's saying window.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh,
don't stand in the window.
Right.
You see, the captain, he was standing there with the stolen, with that gun, and they just came up and axed him right in the half, right in his middle there.
Usually my money's on the guy with the gun, but in this case, it was a shocking just upturning of the odds.
Yeah, no one saw that coming.
Right.
One hit too, so just got him right in there. So
I will take that under advisement, and I appreciate your assistance.
Good luck there. I'm gonna go.
As I'm on my way out the back door, I'm like, "Oh, Captain, one more thing. Should you radio this into command or whatever, this was not our fault. More specifically, not my fault, but also not the 12's fault." And then I just pop out the door.
And I'm impressed that you knew that he was a captain, but the captain makes a note not to commend the 12th or yourselves for a good holdout action.
Fucking talls, man. They're always taking credit that's not theirs. What is it where you get over like 4 feet tall and all of a sudden you get an ego?
You know, it's like they don't even see us anymore.
And you walk out the back of the of the barn, move it away from the front line. There is quite a lot of activity, kind of to the rear of this front line. There are trenches being dug, but they're very basic. Do any of you have? I think probably we'll just go with survival on this instance, because I don't think any of you have a common law war or anything along those lines.
I failed to survive and thus die.
Right.
My dice are pretty bad. I rolled an 84, so hopefully Big B can carry us.
Yeah,
Big B does.
Big B, looking around, you feel like more could be done to build actual defenses. This feels like someone has basically said, we're going to build defenses, but not here. This is essentially like the line they're holding, so the real defenses can get built a little bit further back, like give them time to actually, dig trenches and, properly reinforce them and have bunkers and, throw up whatever they can. So.
So this looks like a trap for us to die in. Got it.
More of a necessity to allow for the real soldiers to not die.
He just had to have that towel.
Wow.
That's what the entire crux of this is. What goes wrong when you steal a towel?
Yeah.
Listen,
we could have been with the defenses.
Listen, I've seen Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You never want to forget your towel. So I didn't have one at the time.
That's true.
And now I still don't. So now we're all super fucked. We got attacked by aliens. I didn't have a towel. We got attacked by orcs. That's what happened.
In that exact order.
That's true. Do I know? So this seems like a ramshackled bullshit over here. Is there any kind of obvious structure? Like, is there like a tent where someone's issuing commands out of for this half of the group, or this set of defenders here? Is someone in charge of the whole movement?
It seems. What I would say is, it seems like a whole load of different units, companies, and possibly all 4 of the regiments have thrown what they've had at hand, possibly people who either are crazy enough to volunteer or people who are stupid enough to get in trouble right before it happens.
Weird.
Sent to basically have this like defense set up. Basically it's a holding action. It's a slowdown. So there's not really anyone individually in charge that you can tell, but you do hear different people talking. So if you want to go to there's kind of like the rough speech of the Iron Briggs. You can hear them kind of being like, we'll hold forever, brothers, and it's like, whoa, we live in steel, and they're all like, praying to the Emperor and getting ready to die.
Perfect. Okay.
And there's the kind of like lackadaisical attitude of the 1-4 in like further down in the trench, which is like, has anyone seen my cup? I can't find it anywhere. And then there's us that you can hear like people from the 21st who are talking about military regulations and like holding fast and making sure everyone has the right gear. And then there's the occasional complaining of like, I don't want to be here. Why the fuck are we here? We should which is you're like, oh, my people.
Yeah, I can hear that. It's coming out of my mouth.
God.
Okay, I'm looking around here, Grudel, from my new high vantage point on top of hay. I don't see anyone actually in charge of the whole big picture here. It's more like that captain there who was like, I'm in charge of my guys. You got to get out of here. But more, English about it.
I hear the sound of whinging from that direction over there, so I'm pretty sure it's the 12th. Maybe we just regroup up with our folks.
Yeah, worst case scenario, we die together, I guess.
Friendship, yay.
That was the true treasure all along, right? Come on, hey.
What I do with sergeants do?
No, just hold on to that. We're gonna bring him back and just say he died.
We're gonna bring him back?
Don't.
No, buddy. It's not,
I learned something in
God.
Sunday school. Is that bringing back the dead is chaos?
I'm impressed to know what day it is.
Then like a few heads turn and just like her, and then like a couple of you see like the marks of NCOs and officers, like they just pop up like gophers from the trench line and like look around. But...
He's kidding! He's kidding!
Okay, couple points here, hey. I know you're enthusiastic, and I love that energy level, okay? Let's keep that enthusiasm.
Okay.
But, first point, when we get back to the 12th, do not call that the Sergeant Stew. Say that we rescued the Sergeant. You got that? Can you say it back for me? You could do it, buddy. Not Sergeant Stew.
We brought back the sergeant.
What was that?
Holy shit! I rolled a like 5. I crit
critted.
my intel check.
Yay! We're not gonna be summarily executed.
Perfect.
We had 17% chance of not being summarily executed.
Yeah, that was That's
Okay, and then part
possibly
2.
the most clutch roll we've had in the game so far.
That's how we know we're fine.
And this is possibly the most important part. So, like, the first part was really important, but I can tell you've got that. The second part is, let's not scream chaos in the trenches when there might be, so, like, I don't see them around, but there's these guys with big hats, and they really, really don't like it when you shout stuff like chaos in the middle of a trench. They just, they don't enjoy that particular idiom.
I've never seen people with big hats before.
It's possible that might.
I think that's kind of the goal, so not see them. And if you
As
keep
much
yelling,
as possible.
you might.
Oh, so there might be everywhere.
Yes, so you don't want to just shout that out into the ether.
Okay, but what if I want to say that this battlefield is chaos?
He's kidding again. He's just joking. Everything's fine. You can replace the word with other words. Like
okay.
Crazy or badly managed or
disorganized.
Disorganized.
Yes. This battlefield is badly managed.
Perfect. That's slightly better, albeit insulting, arguably. But I don't think they're going to shoot us here.
I'm going to say, just for the for people being like, why are they not dead already? There is a lot of artillery fire and stuff. You can hear it. So the majority of it is getting drowned out, and there are a few like weird looks and stuff, but
oh yeah, it's probably just the people that are like within arm's reach or something.
Yeah, it's people wandering past, and people nearby will be like, but a lot of the time you're and one thing I can tell you is you don't have there aren't very my commissars currently in the regiments. It's a layover from Draco Mal, the planet the regiments were on before. They were on R&R. They didn't really have any of the commissariat or the commissars already, so it's something that eventually will be fixed. But for now, it's like the thing is, when you don't have very many commissars and you don't have that structure, commissars have a tendency to like be out in battle and randomly die in situations where there aren't any enemy around, but no one can explain it. So you know,
Curious.
yeah. And I will say that the regiment with the least commissars happens to be the 12th. So
To be
No idea
fair,
what that's about.
most commissars are very, very tall, and the 12th is just tall people don't fit inside of trenches. They have tendency to get hit in the back with grenades. That's
yeah,
That's true. Yeah.
The-
It's very
some-
easy to shoot over a short person's head,
Yep.
Mhm.
and that's what I'll say about it.
It's like you're trained to shoot over small people, so when tall people are around, sometimes they get shot in the back of the head. It just
Yeah.
happens.
Happens all the time,
Like
really.
the funny thing is now the orcs are here. I think a lot of those deaths will be chalked up to orc snipers. Like they were here already preparing for the invasion. Like it's just
You know, because what I've heard is that if an orc believes they can bend the bullet around and shoot you in the back of the head, it can do it. You know, so I've seen it happen.
absolutely. So just FYI, you do have a cauldron on the back of Hey You with your NCO like hanging half out of it.
Yeah.
And you're currently kind of just behind the front lines. So there's like a kind of dirt ditch that's been hastily dug. There's bits of it that are a bit better reinforced. Like some of them have been like padded up with a bit of wood or metal, you know, whatever can be found basically. Generally around the area where the 1-4 are currently situating themselves. You have not been like given leave or sent, you know, essentially a captain from another regiment turned up, said, you're fine, you're not really needed here, and you went great and left. So my wonder is, what is the next step for this little squad?
I figured we just head back to our trench and then try to find whoever the acting sergeant is or whoever the NCO is.
Okay.
We'll cash in our dead NCO as like a heroic trophy and see if we can profit from the experience.
Okay. So the 12th in this area are for the most part not in the trench line. They are mostly a little bit behind that kind of.
Even better.
Yeah, they well, it's not that far behind. It's kind of like
Are you sure?
they're mostly kind of like spread out behind the trench line to add additional fire kind of over the top. So anywhere where there's like there's like a few bits where the dugout kind of ditch has been used to create like a small firing platform almost behind. So essentially, in between the trench and the artillery, there's like squads of 12 kind of like stretching to the right, stretching to the left. And there does appear, I can tell you now, there does appear to be one person who's kind of coordinating, at least on the right. It's from what you can tell, looks like a lieutenant. From his insignia and the fact that he has a radio man like scuttling around with him, and he occasionally like demands the thing and shouts into it, and well, it doesn't, yeah, shouts.
Bigby, I think I see a lieutenant.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, no, let's go see that guy.
Yeah. Okay, so I head over towards the lieutenant.
Yeah. And
Look,
as you're like walking up, he's on the Vox, and you can hear him saying, "I want heavier artillery fire, concentrated before they manage to start their assault. Coordinate," and then he starts reading off some coordinates and stuff, and like, yeah.
I know better than to interrupt, so I just kind of like wait, kind of sort of at attention.
Yeah. And he kind of like signs off and turns around and says, and he like looks at your insignia for a second and says, "Specialist."
Yeah, Lieutenant, we were the barn over there. We got orders to stay in the barn until otherwise relieved, and a bunch of guys from the 14th came over and booted us on out, so I assume we're relieved, so we came on back to our lines. we've got our NCO was killed in that last fight. An orc took him right in half. I ain't never seen nothing like it. We brought him back with our Ogren, but like, what should we do with the body, and what should we be doing next, sir?
All right. Which detachment are you with?
Which detachment are we with?
You're with the Rockets. Under.
Oh, that's right. Okay. We're with the Grockets, sir.
I think it's under. Sorry, I can give you a captain in a second. It's under Captain Quinn.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, we got our orders from Captain Quinn, but we haven't seen Captain Quinn in a while, so.
I believe Captain Quinn is seeing to the major defenses at the rear. Well, that's the second line of defense. So I think the best thing you could do is head back to her. Consider this an order in case someone stops you. If you want to head back to your captain and see about new orders, she may just send you right back here, but by the time you're sent back here, we might not be here anymore.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I wanted to hear, so I accepted at face value.
Yeah.
Or you're not gonna be here because you'll be dead.
Hey, that's bad for morale.
Yeah,
Possibly yes, but
But you'll do the Emperor proud.
we'll try. We're essentially waiting for orders to start retreating, fighting a slow retreat to slow them down, essentially. So,
Yeah.
I'll half whisper to Big B.
They told me the Emperor likes it when people die.
Yeah, you know, the Emperor does, but he's not here, right? And so most people, except for those crazy fucks over there, they don't really want to die.
we live in steel.
Shut up! No one's talking to you! Get in your hole!
Why are you on the 12 slides? Go back over there.
You're so loud!
You're so far out of position.
For some reason, the Evergreen Legion is standing up past the trenches, unarmed.
I like to imagine we all just have,
a straight line.
like, they like to wander into other people's trenches while chanting all their crazy bullshit, and like all the other regiments have like brooms, and you're just like, get back, get out of here.
Do you want the Evergreen Legion? Because that's how you get the Evergreen Legion.
Okay, so I follow where you tell me to go.
Yeah, no,
we gotta.
Grudo, I like that plan. That worked out pretty fucking great. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, like any planet takes us away from here, so we already did our time.
It was a several mile jeep ride, and we should hoof it back. You know, walk. Take
Rapidly.
our time. No, I say we take it, slow it down a little bit. You know,
Okay.
maybe not get there as quick as possible. You know, it took us a while. Our jeep exploded or something, right?
I mean, accounting for like leaf breaks and whatnot, it's probably going to take us longer than projected, anyways, to get
Yeah.
back. So
Right.
you can't have a
course.
long walk without a leaf break, at least like every 25 minutes or so.
Yeah, you know, I think like the 1-4, they get their recaf breaks like every 5 minutes or so. So I think doing it every 10 or 15 is probably, you know, gracious on our part. You know?
They're getting a bargain from us, so
I couldn't agree more.
I imagine we were walking as we're having this discussion of leaf
yeah.
breaks.
Wait, hold on, I got another one coming.
Yeah.
So, as you probably, I guess, accurately predicted, the disposition of trucks and vehicles and transport is essentially everything's being used currently. So it's possible you could maybe sort something out. I don't know. However, it's probably gonna be just hoofing it. So if you'd like, although I feel like the demeanor of the squad is going against this current idea, you can go and talk to like a transport truck, see if you can like bum a ride or anything.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like walking is the slower, less deadlier path, right?
Yeah, the 12 spoots were made for walking.
If nothing else,
If nothing else, well, technically probably running, but you know.
away usually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say we walk back the several
Make it take as
miles.
long as possible.
Hey. Well,
When explosions start,
That's when we'll pick up the
pick
pace.
it up.
Yeah.
noted. In that case, let's start off with just an athletics.
Right.
You know, it's even with a failure, you know, I am considering the fact that you're taking it easy and you're not looking to, you know, double time or.
You know, I would also say in the defense of Grudo and Bigby is that we're not using our legs.
No. Are you just hopping on the
Yeah, if you have a tank, you don't walk beside it, you ride on it. That's ridiculous.
Oh,
like,
in that case,
You'd be
could I get
expected to smoke and walk at the same
that's
time.
like pushing your
what if-
bicycle. You're like,
kind of
why would you
peasants
just
do we
get on
look
the
like?
bicycle?
I have this image of like a Howdah like platform where you've got like tea and a table and chair and you're having like afternoon tea, or hey you is like, you know.
Well, so I'd like to enhance that for you, Sheep. If you imagine like a table, right, and one part of it has a little U-shaped cutout, that's where Bigby is. That is attached to a backpack, and then on the other side of the table, there's a much larger U-shape that the cauldron slides into, so that it's a cauldron table, and Bigby is on a backpack table.
So
that is strapped to Hay's back.
Instead of a cup holder, it's like a cauldron holder.
Yeah, it's a Bigby holder. That's what it is. And so yeah, he's rolling up. You know, he passes it over to the shoulder to where Grudo sits.
Yeah.
All right.
In that case,
I do picture Grudo on one of those like camping chairs that folds out. That we just it's attached to the backpack strap. It's like bolted to the strap. It just extends out.
Oh, in that case, let's get an athletics from Heyu. And for Heyu, please do feel free to let me know if you're actually just like full on double timing and walking faster than you usually would. You know, I know that's not the plan, but you know.
No, if like unless Grudo and Bigby have told me to hoof it,
yeah,
I don't really know where we're going.
Just that way.
Yeah, no, that's it. Like it's
yeah.
The fight's over there, but I need to walk the opposite way. Sure, I'll do it. And that is a 78, so I fail by 2 degrees.
It was more like an adjustment of what the intentions were, as opposed to like you know. So it's not like you get tired. It's not like you fail to walk. It's just you're a bit slower than you intended. That's all. So as you're kind of moving away, there's a lot of activity even back here. Like you start walking past the artillery. You know, you hear people shouted and you know, adjusting coordinates and then firing off another round. And then even past that, you do get to the point where there are like trucks coming up. Like, you know, there's a poor squad of you know 1-4 who've been like, you know, in 21st who have been like thrown out the back of the truck, and then they're running up to the trench line. That in some of your perspectives at least, it's like they're going the wrong way. Sorry.
So you know what's the plan here, Grudo? You know, what are we going to say when we get back? Did we get the lieutenant's name?
No, that was probably a mistake.
You know, I'm in the backpack. I didn't even see him. So,
I mean, technically, we may be deserters right now, because we're gonna I mean, to be fair, they can count my rounds and they can see that I've discharged my rifle. So obviously I did not desert that early in the fight because I'm
Correct.
low on ammo. But
and I
like,
still have most of a sergeant.
yeah, exactly. We probably
So-
should have picked up an orc weapon or something so that we could show it to him. But like, it's so heavy, and then Hay's gonna have to carry it.
I
Oh,
mean,
no.
to be fair, Hay does have a lot of orc blood on his stolen shovel there.
I left my Ripper gun in the barn.
Oh, God.
I need to go
shit.
get it.
Hey.
Shit. No.
Yeah, he turns around and starts.
Hey, no, hey, we can get you. We'll find you a new one.
Okay.
You'll have to report to Captain Quinn that you lost your weapon.
It's an ominous
To be
voice in the
fair, he
sky.
is an
Don't tell
Ogre,
him
so I-
that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm
it-
just saying, like he's lost his weapon before.
Yeah. No, he doesn't need to know that. Is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
No, but Mom's gonna give me a new one.
Yeah, no, Mom will give you a new one. You know what? Here's the idea. We'll bring Dad to Mom, and then she'll be like, "Oh my God, you brought your father home," and then she'll be like, "You know what you deserve? Hey, is this big gun?" And then
I'll pipe in and I'll be like, yeah, you should have seen it. It was crazy, Captain. Like he was shooting his Ripper gun at the enemy, and
Yeah.
then out of nowhere, orc sniper exploded it out of his hand. But he's like perfectly
Crazy.
fine, and then he fought him with a shovel.
it
So
was crazy. I was there too.
for this instance, I'm gonna need a deceive from both of you and a scrutiny from Hay.
Oh yeah, sure.
yeah.
Hey,
You never know. You may crit succeed and they may crit fail. Like these are possibilities.
Oh no, my rolls are so bad today. 72. I have all these skills and I can't do them.
Fucking Jesus Christ!
But you still rolled better than Heyu.
I rolled a success.
I will believe anything.
Oh God.
That's why we love you, buddy. You small at heart.
So it makes sense what they're saying. You know, feel free to translate that how you like.
yeah.
Mom's gonna have to remarry, you know.
You know, it's a casualty of war. I think she'll figure it out. She's a
tough.
sturdy woman.
There's one thing the ladies love. It's being described as sturdy.
Listen, to be fair, no woman that has lasted in the Imperial Army and can deal with us is anything but sturdy. Like dealing with that shit, you have to be sturdy.
So, what I will say is, as you're talking and as you're walking, you do hear, like, even as the sound of artillery slowly gets a little bit further away. You know, you're putting a little bit of distance between the front lines and yourselves. You do hear the orcs start to chant and start to kind of like get very, very loud. It's not like a small specific section. It's the entire line starts to like, and there's a lot of shout, and then you're a bit far away to exactly hear what they're saying. It's just loud. It's like. So I used to live near a football stadium at one point in my life. It's a lot like at the end of a football game, and as everyone's drunk and walking home and their team won. It's that type of noise of just like a whole load of people shouting and they don't know what the actual way is. So it sounds like something's about to start happening.
Hey, I
far
think
away
we
are
should
we?
walk faster.
Uh-huh.
I think we should go a little faster.
Yeah, no, I
Okay.
Like looking backwards towards where the noise is coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think break into a full run, buddy.
All right, strap yourselves in.
Click.
Helmets on.
He just shoves everything into the
Everybody
pot.
pulls out little football helmets with goggles.
He reaches into the pot, pulls out a tiny pot.
And when I'm running, I make I make rhino sounds with my mouth.
Okay.
I don't even know what sound a rhino makes.
Me
I
neither.
can't probably-
Could you,
hold on, I gotta
could you
go to
imitate
YouTube.
that for us?
That's not a rhino. That's like
it-
a that's like
that
a
is-
that's like a
I mean,
Kia.
Rhino,
to-
the vehicle.
No, the vehicle, not the animal.
To be fair,
Oh,
that's
okay.
that's a space marine vehicle.
I like how everyone else
We need to
involved
talk
went.
about the
I don't know
animal,
what,
the
I don't know
rhino.
what sound rhinoceroses
I'm
make.
literally
Yeah.
on YouTube right now looking up what rhinos sound like.
So if anyone was curious why we picked the 12th, this is who we are as people. There was no other option.
Of course he meant the animal. What else could he mean?
You never
God.
saw a freaking rhinoceros his whole life.
Oh God.
So let's shake that off.
So, do I need to roll again or?
roll me the athletics. Take a plus 20 because you've been kind of taking it easy.
Just 1 degree of success. It's a 50 something. I lost the other die.
That's good.
59.
You pick up the pace and essentially, yeah. If you want to start jogging, you can start jogging. If you want to break into a more of a run, then you can do that too.
I think, okay. Do Bigby and Grudo sound genuinely scared?
I would say, and feel free to correct me. I'd say worried more than scared. Scared.
There's definitely a tinge of anxiety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's a tinge, then I'm jogging.
Okay.
So I'm not making rhino sounds. I'm making chimera sounds.
Okay.
Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum.
We're the worst soldiers on earth.
Well,
Good thing we're not on Earth.
I was gonna say the soldiers on Earth are actually pretty fucking badass because it's mostly like salamanders and
That's what's going on the
custodies.
poster. It said they're the worst soldiers on Earth. Good thing they're not on Earth. Like that's what the '80s action movie poster was gonna say. With us just having like Pauly Shore faces, just like
Yeah.
it would
Oh,
be
damn.
it would be they were the worst soldiers on Earth ... and then below the like image of a dude with like an angry face, it'd be like good thing they're not on Earth anymore.
Is
Fan
that-
artists, you have your work cut out for you. You're welcome.
if we're an 80s action movie poster, can I be played by Andrew the Giant?
yeah, there
Yes.
you go.
Or
want a peanut?
or the dude who played Jaws,
I just want, I want like,
James Bond Jaws.
it's
not-
hay,
not-
right? So it's a giant ogre, and he has the shovel out, and he's using the shovel to hold the Ripper gun, and you just see Grudo. Grudo is in the lawn chair with like a big fucking like weed cigarette, and you just see Bigby peeking up on the other shoulder.
I don't know if you guys have seen if you know
yeah.
the Discord books, but the art from like the 80s and into the 90s for the Terry Pratchett Discord books, I just see that type of art for
Yeah.
for this image. Also, just so you know, the best the 12th have managed to come up for propaganda posters so far is "We're here too."
Perfect.
That's like their battle cry.
Perfect. I love that. Just happy to be here.
So,
Just happy to be included.
So, a little bit of time passes as you hear like you hear the start of some staccato of like weapons fire. Actually, we can probably at this point switch to this. Kind of off in the distance, like so. It's hard to discern between like a heavy stubber, a heavy bolter, like just general small arms fire, but you can hear it in the distance. And then the kind of chanting from the orcs picks up and kind of reaches a crescendo. And then the best way I can describe this is there's explosions all along the trench line. I'm just gonna roll something very quick because you have got pretty far away, but that doesn't mean anything always when it comes to orcs. It should be fine, but let's see how they're firing. It's not too bad actually. Any crit fails? No. I actually rolled pretty well. So yeah, none of them end up like flying over your way. It essentially like hits in front. And could I assume that you're turning around to, as this is happening, you know, or probably keeping an eye on the battlefield? Just
Bigby is facing that way because he's in the backpack.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. So what you see is, I'll give you a chance. You're quite far away, Grudo. If you want to kind of like scope in to give yourself a bit of an advantage on seeing the details of what exactly is happening, you can do so. It'll be an awareness. Grudo, you can take a +20 if you're essentially like, hang on a second, I'm just gonna like scoping the battle line. Damn.
Look like I rolled a 25.
The second Grudo gets away from the battlefield, he's like, I'm gonna roll well now.
Now that I'm completely and totally useless, all of my rolls are gonna go flawlessly.
I'm in my comfort zone.
I am no longer crushed by anxiety.
Yeah. If you want Bigby, you can roll a awareness too.
Alrighty. Bigby awareness. 56. Not a success.
Not a success, but not a bad lady.
Very close.
With both of you combined watching this, what you essentially see, obviously the killer cans and a lot of the orcs are kind of starting to swarm the trench line. They haven't got there yet. They seem to have kind of got into essentially, let's call it Daka range, and held off from like a crazy melee charge for some reason. The Squiggoth has also moved closer. Turns out it has like some cannons and crap on the top of it, like kind of like a little fortress on the top of its back that it's like firing out different ways.
What happened to the barn? Can I see the barn?
Yes. So essentially, what happened is a whole load of orcs, kind of like they were big. What's the best way to describe it? They seemed laden down. Grudo, with your role, I can tell you, it looks like they have like a big like missile on their back. And then they kind of like ran towards the front, stopped. An orc with them, like essentially lit the back of them, and then they proceeded to get fired with the whatever this like, it was like a rocket missile type thing on their back. Semi like in the air, it seems like they're trying to semi drive themselves, and essentially the entirety of the front line explodes as they land. Sometimes they're accurate, sometimes they're not, but yeah, there's enough of it that the barn itself, you know what, let's see for the barn itself. It's possible that it'll be fine. Okay. Yeah, the barn itself currently is actually not touched. There's a couple that seem to be like headed in that direction. One goes way past it and actually hits like an artillery tank that's a basilisk that's further behind. It doesn't do too much damage. From what you can tell, the explosions are more. They're not like penetrate. You know, they're not designed to penetrate. They're more designed to like explode and. So the barn's still up, but there is a definite activity, and at this point, you're a good like 5-10 minutes down the place. So this is all reasonably vague in terms of, but it seems like they're now charging, and there's shouting, and there's definite casualties on your side, and a little bit of chaos and confusion, and
No, not chaos, bad management.
there's
That's
a lot
very,
of bad,
very good.
there's
Very
a lot
good.
of bad
bud.
management and confusion, and you know what, you did roll a good awareness, so I'll say there's like a fuck it, let's run, like in the wind, in like just cuts through some of the noise, and so
Makes sense.
Raw.
I relate to that.
That's what we're doing right now. Who am I?
That's why I relate
it
to
is,
that.
it is.
You know, some say we are deserters, right? But I just think we're ahead of the curve. If everyone else runs back too, then we were the advanced party, the vanguard. We were the tactical retreat vanguard. That's a thing, right?
They were gonna fall back to the second line defenses. We just got there a little bit sooner. We were
Right.
more concerned about tactical primary objectives. Therefore, we came back a little sooner because we wanted to make sure that like the primary objective was protected. Whereas like that over there, that's like tertiary.
You know, you really are reading that handbook, huh? You said a lot of words in there that I don't fully understand, like tertiary. I don't know what that means, but I liked it when you said it. So
Mm-hmm. That's what I do. Is I don't know what they mean either. I just say them and I hope that people nod and don't call me on it.
yeah, it's working out.
A lot of words you say I never understand.
That's okay. You get the important ones like disorganized.
That's true. And stew, you know, we don't want to have a Sergeant Stew. Sheep, I'm sorry, did you want to advance the plot in this game, or what was the
No.
what was the narrative?
It's essentially you are now running back to the actual like first line of defense, I guess is what it is.
The real first line of defense?
Yeah. From what you can tell, from what you observed, that line is not going to hold on that long. And it's unfortunate you didn't pick up a radio. Because essentially you're going to have no idea what's going on as you run away from the battlefield. But yeah, we'll if you want to have a little bit of a chat as you're running away from all your friends and I can't remember the word. Teammates dying. Yeah.
You know, we could have been dying too. We're all, and at the end of the day, we're all dying.
It's kind of a dark take on existence, but like I can see where you're coming from.
You know, it's
Comrades,
some are just
there we go,
dying in
thank you.
faster than others. You know, is what I'm just trying to say. And we're just trying to take it easy. In fact, you know, I rolled a second one for you. If we're not walking, we can just keep going.
I grab it.
Okay. Additionally, for hey you, if you want to speed, like you're going a decent speed, you can maintain this for a while. It's possible before you get, because it's like it took you a good solid camera fade to get here.
Mm-hmm.
So like it'll take you a while to run back essentially. If you want to speed up, then we'll probably go
I
into.
think in order
Roll?
to make the trip shorter, I'll speed up, but I'll also close my eyes to try to get to that fade out like as fast as possible.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We'll run towards the iris.
Look, the
Shout at
point is,
cam-
if I lose consciousness when I wake up, we're there.
you shout at the camera to fade away.
Hey!
Who are you yelling to?
Long pan to the rear, lower yourself on the lift, and then fade out. Come on, this is your directorial debut.
You know, I'm getting more and more concerned with Hay. He just starts talking to nobody, just shouting into the heavens.
Who do you have to bribe around here for a star wipe?
Shoo, shoo, shoo.
So let's take a +20 athletics.
Sure. And I rolled a crit with a 4. That means 6
My man is
degrees of
zooming.
Okay. Well, I was gonna give you a toughness roll as well, just to see how you manage. But with a crit, that's essentially like, you know what? Aside from hitting a couple of trees, like like you just kind of close eyes, head down, start running, block out the world.
Yeah, if anything, the 2 ratlings can just pull on one of my ears if they need me to swerve in one direction or the other.
And of course, because the camera team weren't expecting this, we fade as as they can't keep up with you. So we're gonna have to fade out, and the Ogrids run off.
You see a fourth wall break as we're breaking away from the truck that's holding the dolly.
Yeah, you
The barn is just painted onto the background, which falls over.
There's like 4 orcs smoking in the corner.
There's the side view is just the trees on a loop on that sheet loop.
that real tick 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 noise.
You actually in your path is a farmhouse, and the camera fades away as you break through the fourth wall.
Leaves a Hey You sized Looney Tunes hole in the side of it. With two little halflings on his shoulders.
Oh
We're
dear.
never coming back to this channel.
We're never getting invited back, dude. We've produced so little content here.
All too much.
I think everyone who's running production on this whole channel is like, fuck, I'm glad this is the last 4 episodes. Atrocity.
So as we fade back in to essentially you, it's very unfortunate because I was very much expecting that the orcs would catch up to you, but with a roll like that, no, not even slightly. They have people to fight, and essentially you get back to the within a few hours, with like you do have the sounds of battle behind you. You can hear the retreat, and I'd say kind of aside from a few small instances of essentially explosions and occasional like staccato of gunfire, it does peter out reasonably quickly, and kind of you focus on getting back to the defensive line. So yeah, it's quite impressive. You see it on the horizon, obviously, as you're headed towards it. And you see a lot of activity. The troops headed out pretty much finished like maybe 20 minutes as you're kind of running away from the fight. The ones heading into finished. Like you can probably assume that someone radioed in and said, "We're retreating, so don't send anyone else," because
So, do we go right to the captain, or?
I'm sure that. Yeah, we should probably go to. I feel like the captain got the wrong idea of us. Like, I feel like the last time we interacted with the captain, it did not go well. And given the fact that she tried to murder us by stationing us in a barn, I think we should go and smooth things over post haste, like as fast as we could get over there.
Yeah. You know, and this time I won't steal anything from her.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
So in fact,
in a
we're
towel
in a way,
neutral area, we will have a meeting.
right? And in a way, we're kind of bringing her a gift in the form of 2 halves of a sergeant. So,
I mean,
She's in mourning. She can't do anything. I don't
Perfect.
make the rules.
yeah, you know, if her, that you know, I won't challenge that.
do we know where the captain would normally be stationed at, like in an area like this?
So let's say you kind of get to the defensive line, you're challenged, and it's essentially like, who goes there? And it's like, it's me, you prick, and then they let you in. Because you are ahead, luckily for you, you're reasonably far ahead of the advancing orcs. So you essentially get brought in. It's a much better defensive line. It is reinforced with like steel in places, with like metals and etc. There are also like fairly hastily constructed but workable bunkers and all these type of things. And yeah, you get brought in, and let's say a sergeant in the 12th, not a member of the Grockets, but just you're basically sent to a sergeant who says, all right, boys, I heard you had a bit of a rough time out there.
Yeah, the orcs, they're coming, and there's a lot of them. I kept shooting, and they kept coming.
We killed 3,400 of them and didn't do a dent.
Mm-hmm.
That's very
He's
impressive.
our most skilled
Will.
counter in the entire group, so you know that's the truth.
You get the impression that this sergeant hasn't had much experience with Ogrins. So it was essentially just like, oh, that's very nice, and then just kind of looked at you like,
It's true. I mean, orc killing machines. That's what they say about the Grockets. You put the Grockets in when you need something dead, and you need it dead in large numbers, they send us. And obviously our support staff, too. I point to Bigby.
right.
Yeah, I'm here too.
Cutlery.
Yeah.
So that means you're with the captain, Captain Quinn.
Yeah. We were at the front defending a barn, but then like a bunch of guys from the 14th were like, how's it? We're gonna drink coffee. And then they sent us off somewhere. And so we were like, okay. And we went back to the 12th on the front lines. But the lieutenant over there was like, we're all gonna die. So you might as well I'll give you orders to head back to the secondary line. And I was like, cool, dying sounds like it's gonna suck. So I just took that at face value and came back over here. But we're looking for Captain Quinn. Long story short.
Right. And thank you for that accent attempt, Splat. It was beautiful.
That's a spot-on impression of him, you know.
Chim chim charoo.
How's it?
Hey, close enough. So yeah, the sergeant says, well, if you want to go report to your captain, she's currently seeing to, well, helping to see what the defense is here and whatnot. She's over in that building, and it's just kind of like a very quickly constructed tent style thing. Go on, be off with you.
Roger that. I just
Have a good day.
tap on Hayes' head and point at the building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might want to get out of that contraption before you go in.
Contraption? He's a human being. His name is Hay.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
He's wandered off.
That's a racist, I think.
I know, that was offensive.
I'm not a contraption, I'm a general. Which rank is contraption again?
It's the one down from where you are, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I don't like them.
It's like lieutenant, first lieutenant, contraption, general.
Second contraption. Thingamabobby.
Contraption first class, general, I think is how it goes.
So you rock up to the tent. As it's not really guarded. Again, like this section, let's call it the defenses, is a hive of activity essentially. There are trucks going around. There's all of the different regiments, like, messing about. There's also, just FYI, a big, let's call it a big, like, blob of what you would recognize as Evergreen Legion. They're all kind of standing there. They have We haven't really talked about the Evergreen Legion too much. They have no like body armor. You know, they have their uniforms. None of it is protective. They have a faceplate, which is creepy as hell. And they're all just standing there in like lines. Like it looks like they're kind of gathering all up together, and they're basically from what you can tell without investigating further, it looks like they're getting ready to move out, which is crazy because the only way to move is either back, which would be a good idea. It doesn't seem like they're doing that. It looks like they're moving out forward for some reason.
Bigby, I think those crazy fucks are going forward.
You know,
What's up with the creepy masks?
why don't they have any armor?
I'm concerned about the fact that they're wearing those weird sack things on their faces. Like, how are they gonna see what they're shooting at?
Hey, what are you doing?
Like probably about 50 or 60 heads turn. You've seen the Evergreen Legion art, I assume, with the faceplate masks.
Mm-hmm.
Like all turn basically at the same time and stare at you.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, nope, I don't like that. Maybe we just don't address them anymore.
That was fucking creepy as hell.
And then like
Bunch of weirdies.
you hear from somewhere in the you hear from somewhere within the ranks of these Evergreen Legion. One of them says, "Come play with us, Daddy."
Are you my daddy? Are you my mommy?
No, hey, no, do not
No.
go over there. They are not your friend.
No.
All the
no, no.
people.
I have dad in a cauldron. Mom's in a tent. We gotta go. Time to go.
Bye bye, freaky people.
That is
There you
something
go.
I never expected to hear in an only war game. My dad's in the cauldron, my mum's in a tent. Gotta go.
Did you hear that, Bruto? With the fucking and the voice. That was terrifying.
Yeah, I get the feeling that the Imperium gets kind of weird out there. Like, I don't know, dude. Like with any of those people over there that are like I said, man, if it's taller than like 4'4", it's just like an 80% chance that it's crazy and you just got to ignore it.
Yeah, I think like as you grow, right, you only have so many bits in you, right? And so as you get taller, shit gets smaller. So like our brains are normal size, and then they grew taller, their brains just shrank to little bitty fucking walnuts or something. That was terrifying.
I think that's a good hypothesis. I'm inclined to agree.
I would-
Thank the Emperor, I'm only 2'8".
That's
Yes,
what I'm
you
saying,
are,
buddy. You know?
So as you walk into the tent,
Mm-hmm.
are you now off the Ogren, or are you still in?
I'll hop off.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were
for
gonna.
professionality's sake, I'm
Yeah.
not going to recline on my Ogren while
Is it-
I talk to a higher rank.
I mean, let's be honest. It's for the purposes of not being sent back out there to die again.
That's
There's
true.
a
We
quick
did
release
mess this
strap.
up last time.
I just slide down.
So in the tent is just your captain, Captain Quinn, who is kind of there is what looks like probably an adjutant or something to the side who's like been taking notes and has a radio and everything. Currently, there's not much going on. She's just kind of poring over maps and looks up and goes, "Oh, you're back."
Yes, ma'am, Captain. Reporting for duty. We held the bond as ordered until relieved by the 14th, upon which we went back to our own with the 12th. A lieutenant told us to come back here and register in with you to figure out what we should be doing next, ma'am. Oh, yeah, our sergeant's dead. We brought him with us, though.
I am sorry for your loss, Mom.
And I dump I just not dump the content of the
You dump like the cauldron. And
I dump the cauldron, the entire not the content of it.
the sergeant's arm like halfway out, just kind of dangling. It's like, oh, it's all right. You did good, little man. Right. So you lost your sergeant.
Yep. That's
That's
about
it.
the short and skinny of it. Cut in half by an orc. Just nice and quick. I mean, he's...
It's a clean hit. One
Well,
chop. Got him.
You did well yourselves to survive that. So well done, well done. I've sent the rest of the lads out, kind of all over the planet as best I can. However, I do have a special assignment for you three. I'm going to be putting you under a lieutenant, and he's going to tell you more about it. But essentially, you'll be around here for a little bit, and then you'll be joining the fight again once they get here.
The fight back there, or like a fight at a different spot, Captain?
The fight here.
Well, this place does seem to be better fortified than the last bond that we fought for.
Oh yeah, and you're not going to be on the lines, so don't worry too much.
Oh, that does sound great.
And she turns to her adjutant and says, "Can you give me that?" Yep, thanks. And like, basically like sketches out a very quick kind of like, this is us here, X, and then this is where you need to go to report to your lieutenant. Just follow this. It'll take you to where your lieutenant is. He's currently shacked up in his own tent, getting ready for his assignment, and he's been told to expect you. So just report in, and I think you'll probably get going in. Probably depends how the battle goes, but you'll see action soon enough.
Yes, Captain.
Oh, go bury the sergeant as well, will you?
Is
Hey,
there a
we got your
designated
shovel.
spot for that?
Just any way you like.
Fair
Not
enough.
not in here, obviously, but
Mom, I know that our first interactions we got off on the wrong foot here, so I'd like to apologize for that. But I don't know if this will actually help, given the size of the amount of arcs that just stomped over everyone's face. But I did invent a new weapon. I think I'm pretty sure that I did. It was at least 50% effective to what I wanted to do, which I think is pretty good given at least my track record for functionality. If you'd like, I have it's all in my head right now, but if I have paper, I could probably write it out for you, and then that could be a thing that could help us in the long run or something.
and how did the deployment of this weapon go?
Surprisingly well.
It was
I think.
effective. It definitely had an effect.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll tell you what, Specialist Tenpot. You know, as do I, that the chain of command means that sometimes you have to, especially in emergency situations, you have to overlook certain things.
Right.
Like maybe if there's an emergency situation,
Sure.
Someone who sneaks in to a room, and where he shouldn't be, and is caught, is maybe not shot by his commanding officer.
Right. Yeah. No.
He's needed in the war.
Exactly.
Right. So, the captains, lieutenants, even sergeants sometimes need to overlook certain things.
Sure.
And then there's like a point where you can no longer overlook things, if you know what I mean.
Right. Yeah. No. I understand.
All I'm saying is, if this weapon is anything that I need to overlook, that might pass the threshold. So all I'm saying is, have a think about it before you talk about it. Because, I don't like you. So don't give me a reason to shoot you.
Okay. Well, I don't. I'll say this. Everything that I used in the weapon was things that we were authorized to have.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. Just not in individual quantities, sheep.
No. The leaf is ignored by the command.
Yeah.
So
we're not allowed to have it.
The kind of unofficial word from your Lieutenant Commander Lancaster, is essentially, I don't want to see anyone with it. Also, when you use it, don't fucking boil it.
Perfect. Nothing was boiled.
Yep. Okay.
To be fair, Sheep, I'm not talking about the burrito bullets.
Yes, I know. I'm just saying, like, you know.
Yeah.
It's...
No, ma'am. I think this falls just shy of this. It's things we're all around, we're allowed to have, or things that you're already ignoring about. So I don't think it asks any more of you
now,
to do.
You see, the thing here is specialist, is there's a difference between walking past something I maybe choose not to see,
sure,
and having someone come to me and say, I did this thing, and then I have to go, oh, I didn't know about that.
Right.
Maybe I should.
What if it could turn the tide of the war, you know? Then you'd be a hero, or whatever the appropriate thing you want to be called.
She looks past you and goes, Specialist Harchin.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this likely to turn the tide of the war?
It worked.
And as his battle buddy, I know that his voice only goes higher when he's telling the truth.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, Specialist Tenpot. How about you write me a report that I can give to someone else to read?
Perfect.
And he'll tell me whether I need to shoot you or not.
Is the other person also in the 12th?
Yes.
Perfect. Oh, you know, sorry, ma'am, I don't want to be too forward. Could I have a pen and a paper? We just came from a field of arcs, and I didn't think to bring my writing utensils with me.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay. So,
you know, the lieutenant, would he have it? Would be better use of his time?
It's very possibly. Okay, so the kind of official part of the reporting back to your superior officer, you know, the formal part of this meeting is effectively over. So I'm going to be a little bit informal. However, this is still an order. Sure. Fuck off.
Right. Yeah.
Yes, Captain. I'm already out the door.
Right, you are.
No problem, man.
After the two ratlings leave,
God.
Heyu remains in the tent.
You're right there, little man.
Mom, I lost my Ripper gun.
You lost your Ripper gun.
There was a lot of orcs, not ogres, orcs, and I had to avenge the sergeant.
Right. Do you know where you left it?
The corner of the barn.
The corner of the barn. Right. Well, it's probably lost by now.
I know.
Look, it's all right if you go and forget things now and then, right? But you gotta take care of the things we give you. You know that.
I know. I did. I killed 27,000 orcs with it.
But you also left it behind because you don't value the things we give you enough, right?
No, I did it because I had to chop an orc.
Right. But you still left it behind. Look, I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
That is worse, Mom.
Oh, well, these are the things that happens when you don't value what we give to you. Now, I'm willing to give you another Ripper gun, all right? But you got to promise me you're going to look after it.
It's never going to leave my hand.
Well, no, you can put it down and stuff. Just remember to pick it back up again.
Your orders are very hard to remember, but I will make an effort.
All right, I believe in you.
Thank you. Sorry for your loss.
And I point at the cauldron.
No, that's fine. Now you run along with your little friends and you have a good time, all right?
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay.
I'm at the tent flap listening to this exchange. Hey, you! Bring the cauldron! She told us to bury the Sarge.
No, I forgot. I know where to bury him.
Do we have any latrines?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because the hole's already dug, so I'm just gonna pour There's
Yeah.
2 in yeah.
And you Grudo probably especially, obviously see the difference, the way the captain treats the Ogrins and the other like rattlings and stuff. It's probably just experience knows that there's no point in getting.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. We Rattlings are a grating people. We can be difficult to deal with.
Mm.
I mean, if you anger me, I'm gonna squish someone to death.
We're challenging on the best of terms.
So let's say you bury the sergeant in a poo hole.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, so to be fair, Sheep, in true Rattling / 12 fashion, we're gonna pick his pockets and check everything to make sure he didn't have anything good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You
Did
you
he have
find
anything good?
you find it takes a little bit of searching. It's basically like sewn in to his jacket. Luckily it got missed by the bifurcating. It is you kind of find a little secret pocket that has this little baggie with the leaf in it.
I take that, and then I also cut off the sergeant rank so that I can give that to Grudo, who got his battlefield promotion.
You're going to falsely promote a.
No, I'm just gonna hand it to him. He can do whatever he wants.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, it's like
I put it in my pack. But I definitely do not display it.
Yeah.
It's like an honorary thing, you know, right? I know that we had a whole conversation about whose gun is bigger, and like, you know, worst case scenario.
Yeah, I understand where you're Is Hay burying him inside of a shithole?
Yeah.
Does that feel mildly disrespectful to you?
You know, it doesn't feel any more disrespectful than the fact that I was going to cook him into a burrito and fire him down the throat of a giant fucking dinosaur. So
You make strong points, my friend. I think I'm coming around to your line of thinking.
So little time passes and you follow the map to the tent. As you stand in outside the tent, do you want to announce or do you just want to walk in?
I'll kind of be like, Lieutenant, as we walk in, like, sort of, I guess.
And you hear a voice that says, "I'm here. Come in."
I don't like the sound of his voice. He sounds like he's very like serious.
Maybe he just likes the leaf a lot. Maybe he just had too much leaf. Like, sometimes it gets in the esophagus.
You know, sometimes you do have to cough to get off, they say. So yeah, maybe, perhaps.
Gonna walk in?
Yep.
So as you walk in, you see this rattling sitting at a desk with his feet and his boots on top of the desk, with like these like kind of sunglassy type looking things on his face. This big like sniper rifle, not even a long last, just a solid projectile sniper rifle, like leaned up against the desk. As you walk in, he takes off his glasses, says, "Well, boys, welcome to the war," and we'll take our break. As chat goes crazy.
That's the opposite of the thing that we want to be a part of. Not welcome to the war. Welcome to the ship home.
You wear your sunglasses inside of a tent.
Because I have the feeling like chat knows who this is.
It took me a second, but then chat's reaction made me be like, "Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh no."
The moment you said, the moment you used the voice. Yeah.
So when we come back from our break, you'll get to meet one of our celebrities in the entire war, to be honest. Benapatch Cumberdict, Lieutenant Cumberdict.
Perfect.
All right,
Who spawned the phrases "rest and rear action" and "I'm a shadow on the wind."
Shadows are born about by light, aren't they?
Yeah.
He's got the wrong medium.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back in around about 8 minutes for what I'm sure is going to be a wonderful conversation with an NPC.
Perfect.
Hello and welcome back to The Last Stitch Season 2, Episode 21, Part 2. Take it away.
Okay. So, you've walked in the tent. There's a ratling there who has taken off his sunglasses for the sake of argument and said, "Welcome to the war."
Hey, how you doing?
Not too bad myself, thank you. How are you?
You know, a sergeant got chopped in half. The Ogren decapitated a guy with a grenade. Don't even ask how he did that. I don't even know. How do you decapitate someone with a round object? I don't know. He did it. And then we almost got killed over a towel. And then a bunch of guys in masks gave us a scary look. And now we're here.
Well, sounds like a good warm-up for what's to come.
You know, were you waiting here with the sunglasses on just so we'd open the tent flap and you could take them off and say your scary line?
No.
Because it seems like you were. Because you're inside of a tent with sunglasses on and there's nothing really going on.
Why would I do that?
I don't know. And that's part of the problem, I think.
Maybe he wears them at night too.
You know, I wouldn't put it past him, hey. So,
if there's no reason for me to do such a thing, then I probably didn't do it.
Why are you talking like that?
What, like what?
Very deep down low.
Well, that's just my voice.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
I don't think that's his actual speaking voice.
I feel like we should wait and see how, I feel like whenever you make the first introductions, we end up on the front lines.
That's why I let you go first this time.
So, you lots must be from the Grockets.
Yep.
Yeah.
Captain Quinn told me that she'd be sending some of you over this way. To be honest, I think she has a bit of a crush on me. But it's fine.
You know, I stole her towel, so get in line, boyo.
It's impressive that you're still alive after doing that.
So now who's got a crush on who? That's what, you know?
You know what? What's your name, Trooper?
Specialist Big B 10 Pot, but you can call me Big Pot if you're feeling like it or whatever.
All right. I like you, Big Pot. You've got balls of steel and...
I don't see the way you're saying it. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Oh, it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Okay.
You've got a mind like mine, sharp and decisive.
All right. All right.
What were we talking about? All right, the war. So, I bet you're wondering why you've been assigned to me.
I wonder that all the time. And why I'm here.
Still wondering about the glasses, if I'm not going to be lying to you. But
Yes,
we
he
can
gets-
move past it for now.
Well, they're my glasses.
Is it a glaucoma thing?
No, I don't think it is.
Okay. I have something for that if you...
Right. So, I bet you're wondering why you're here. Well, we have a special mission assigned to us straight from the top. I've heard it's from Lieutenant Colonel Lancaster herself, who also has a bit of a crush on me, by the way.
Is this the kind of special mission where we all go home at the end and everybody is happy? Or is this
What other kind of mission is there?
Is this the kind of special mission where, like, we wander off into the sunset and are never seen again?
Yeah, because the last time they said you're going on a special mission, we went to the front of the line, and I think we might be the only survivors.
Oh my god, they literally sent us to a farm upstate.
They did, didn't they?
Fucking Lenny over here with the two. Oh, golly.
Well, I'm not gonna lie and say that it's gonna be easy, but with me as your lieutenant, and with people like Big Pot over here with stealing balls, it's gonna be easy enough to complete the mission. I think, at least. I have faith in the courage and ability of the 12th.
Oh, I think you're no. Faith is the people dressed in white who are in the trenches.
What's he talking about?
We don't ever know. We just wait for him to finish and say, "That's nice, buddy."
That's nice, buddy.
There you go. Now you're getting it.
Thank you.
We'll make you a rocket yet.
Look how happy he is.
So, any questions?
Yeah, all of
Yes.
them.
Right. Well, let's get started then, because by the time if you've got all of the questions, by the time we're finished here, the enemy will be here.
So you didn't actually say what the mission was. You just said that we have one.
No, yes, I
And
did.
that is
I
very important.
definitely told you what we were doing.
You definitely, Grudo.
I feel like this is rare, but like Bigby and I are in cohesion right now. I feel like no mission was explained. It was just, we have a mission. Let's go do the mission. And I'm still a little bit confused about what that mission might be.
I'm completely sure that I told you the mission.
For the sake of trying, why don't we say that our friend here, he needs it 2 or 3 times to understand. And so if you could just
He does
reiterate
frequently
it,
need things 2-3 times.
you know?
All right. Well, let's do this properly then.
Please.
You go outside. I'll put the glasses back on, and
No,
we'll start
see,
all over.
I don't see. I knew you had the glasses on just for the introduction. I said it. There's no reason to have it on in the
You
tent.
got him. You actually
No.
got. See, I was a little concerned about the situation because we get threatened with being shot like a lot, and I've got a little bit nervous when you
Yeah,
talk.
gun
But
shy.
this time around, you got him. Good
Yeah.
job, bud.
I'm still not sold on my voice. Let's skip past that part. What's the actual mission? Would you say? It's special. I know you said that.
Right. So,
Did he just
Arm-
deepen the voice again?
our mission is to win the is important. We have a special mission that'll help us win this war.
And what is it though?
Like, what are we actually doing?
Yeah, like what's the objective?
What is the
Right.
12th ever doing anywhere? While we're on the subject,
So,
Don't. It's worse than hey you.
your mission is with myself.
Yeah.
We'll wait for the enemy to attack. Stay back away from the front lines, as hard as that will be for all of us to do.
like, it's really really hard for me to not be on the front. I'll be
We were
honest.
there already, so we
And
just.
then we wait for our chance.
Huh?
And then we strike and kill him. Yeah,
Now you said him.
right.
Is there one enemy
No.
or like the
no.
royal him?
There's
I
an
think it's like a
entire-
metaphorical hymn.
Okay,
There-
I just want to. I have to be sure because I don't know anymore.
Sorry, I like. You know what the mission is. I just told you what the mission
Yes,
is.
Yeah.
to kill him. I
Yeah.
think is
Right.
the mission.
Yes.
Is him the whole orcs?
No, I mean, how would we kill? I don't mean, I'm good, but I'm not that good.
Yeah. You'd be better without the sunglasses inside, I think.
Well, I don't have them on. I took them off.
I saw that.
They're
You
there
tried
on
to
the desk.
Put them back on. It's like someone had a guitar ready when you took them. Anyway. Away from the battlefield, you see.
Oh, we'll be here waiting for our chance to strike and take
Here.
him out.
So what you're
Well,
saying
right,
is
here in the general area of here. You essentially, we are needed for a special. I've been through this like 10 times already.
Yeah.
We are needed for a special mission,
Right.
especially assigned by Lieutenant Colonel Lancaster, the commander of the 12th,
Yeah.
who has a crush on me.
Right.
right.
Could we narrow down where here is? If you had a map like the one here on your desk, could you
Right,
point
so-
to where here?
Okay. Let's. It's all right. Let's scale it back a bit. I'll start simple. We're on the planet Kasich.
Yes, that is a fact.
So that is here. We are currently in the first defensive line against the encroaching orc army, which is coming.
Grudo, are you fucking with me? Is this a real person that we're talking to?
Why do you
Is this-
automatically look at me like I've orchestrated this entire conspiracy to confuse you about the mission? I just got here too.
Because if anyone could orchestrate a prank this magnitude, it'd be you.
It's true. I accelerated this man's career to a high-ranking officer lieutenant so that I could make him wear shades and talk in a deep voice and fuck with you after we get shot at and almost murdered by orcs. You caught me.
All right. Well, in that case, fucking send it.
All right. So, any questions?
For simplicity's sake, I'm
Right.
going to say no and just see what happens next and adapt to that circumstance.
Hey, I'm always one for adapting to the circumstance.
You know, I'm just
I
happy to
have a
be here.
question.
Yes,
This
big
could
guy.
be anything.
Do you want a spot on the platform? You can ride where the cauldron used to be.
The cauldron's.
I-
Wait a minute. Did you bury my cauldron?
Maybe.
Son of a shit! We have to go get the cauldron. That's what I cook with.
It's in a
You just supposed to-
shithole. You can't cook in that anymore. It's spoiled.
This whole planet's a shithole. You're supposed to just bury the sergeant. You dump him out of the cauldron.
I'm sorry, Bigby.
That's
I'm
okay,
gonna
I
rush
didn't-
out.
I-
I'm rushing out of the
sorry,
tent.
Sorry, I yelled at him. It's the only thing I have is the cauldron.
Yeah, now we got to get him a stuffed animal. And you know how hard it's going to be to find a fucking stuffed animal on Kaddick? It's going to be impossible.
Son of a bitch. Maybe the 1-4 has it. They like weird shit. Anyway, ready when you are, Lieutenant.
Well, for now, you can just relax, have a little bit of downtime, and prepare yourselves for the charge. Dismissed.
Yes, sir. And I walk out.
You know, sir, now that we have some alone time, I have, I'm going to narrow this down to just one or two questions for you. I recently spoke to the captain, and she said that I should write a report, but I'm just a specialist. Our sergeant, he got sliced in half, and usually writing reports is sergeant work, or sometimes lieutenant work in your case. And so I don't have a pen nor a paper. And also my writing's atrocious. So I was wondering if you don't mind, if we have downtime, could I dictate to you and you write it down in a way that's legible for the captain so that she knows what happened?
Of course. One moment.
Holy
Leonard!
shit. That went so
You hear a yes, sir?
I wish
And
I would've
there's
heard you say
there's a man you didn't notice in the corner, just standing there.
Oh! Have you been there the whole time?
I have.
Is that his real voice?
Who are you talking to?
Is that his real voice? The man.
Are you talking to
The man. The man who was in the corner the whole time.
just the way you looked was like to your side? I thought you were trying to talk
Yeah.
to Grudo.
Well, that's
or
Grudo was
you.
over here, but he left. So that's
yeah.
the man in the corner.
Okay.
Come on, sheep.
Sorry.
Grudo hears the word downtime and just fucks off as fast as possible because downtime never works out.
Downtime never works out. That is indeed his real voice.
Fuck me running. Okay, all right.
Sorry,
So-
are you wanting me to take all of this down, or
No. Okay, I'll take a seat.
And
He
he's
just grabs the chair.
he's been scribbling this whole time.
Oh no, erase that or cross it out or whatever.
Erase that, cross it
Oh,
out.
for fuck's sake! This is the weirdest. Anyway, so
This is the
I
worst.
made a bomb, and he's gonna go into
Okay.
detail about how he made this new weapon.
Okay, so you basically like detail the bomb and the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's pretty confident. The directions were you write the report, tell someone else, and they'll decide if I have to shoot you. And so far, Lieutenant Sunglasses over here seems like he's not going to shoot Bigby Tenpot. We're all buddies now at this point.
So I hope you don't mind big pot, but there's a small possibility of this conversation and etc. making it into my biography. I hope you don't. Well, my next biography. I hope you don't mind.
Can you use my full name and paint me as a hero?
You want an illustration as well? I mean, that's going to take up a page or two, but
it pads the writing, you know.
Oh, I don't need padding in my writing. My life is exciting enough.
Fair enough. But yeah, no, I'd like it, the whole. Yeah, that's fine. Do you?
Right. Is there anything else?
No, I'm just gonna finish dictating this whole explosion thing here.
All right. Well, I'll go back to work then. And then just leans back in his chair.
He like looks at him for a minute to like see if he's actually gonna do anything.
Nope.
All right, and that's it. Fade out of the tent.
Well, we'll have Hey You come back with the cauldron. I think it's kind of you're like right in the middle of talking about, and Hey You like comes in cauldron. Is the body in the cauldron still?
Why did you ask that?
You're muted though. Yeah.
I think what I did is I poured the continent into the latrine hole and then just dropped the cauldron in.
Yeah.
So I had to go in, probably rip the seat off.
Yeah.
Then
there's someone on it.
Oh, definitely.
Just threw them away with the toilets.
What the fuck?
Where am I going?
Yeah, no, I mean, if it's a latrine, I can just push it down, right? Like the entire thing.
Okay.
And then I just, reach down the hole, grab the thing. I kind of need to rinse it, I think, but I'm not sure because I don't know if Big B wants me to do. It's his cauldron, it's his baby.
Yeah.
So Hey You's not going to touch it, but he thinks as he brings it to Big B, he's going to be like,
Here, this is your cauldron. You might want to rub it clean.
I won't describe it because that's disgusting. But you know what it is. You know what's happened to it. And it hasn't been washed.
It's, man, I guess the expression that Bigby makes is one that you only understand through parenthood, where it's like, you're like, oh, good, at the end of the day, good job, buddy, but you shit everywhere. So like, I mean, I'm glad you shit, but like, fuck me. That's, so that's what his face looks like. You guys paint that picture however you like.
Yeah.
I've wandered off to find the Evergreen Legion.
Join them.
I have a test. I'm testing something.
Okay. We'll get to that momentarily. Do you want to do any more there, Big Pot? You just dictate it and then take the.
And then he's gonna go clean that cauldron.
Yeah,
That's the end.
And for Hey You don't have any. I mean, it's. Does Hey You understand what's going on? Because I don't think anyone else does, but you never know.
Do I understand what's going on? Yeah, we have to protect the rear guard.
Don't know how you got that, but fair enough.
well, Benny Backcumber, Cucumber, whatever, said something about we do not charge into the front.
Yeah, but Benny Cucumber, yeah.
I don't know, broccoli, cucumber, zucchini. I don't know.
Broccoli, zucchini is what his name turns into. Okay. So in that case, we will check in on Specialist Grudo Hodgkin as he is walking towards. It's probably about 100, maybe 150. They haven't moved since you walked past them earlier. They're standing there kind of in they call it like a muster yard, essentially. They don't have any NCO or officers currently addressing them or anything. They just appear to be waiting. They're just kind of standing there, and they're not talking to each other.
All right, so I want to sneak up.
Okay.
Within shouting distance. but I don't want them to notice me doing it.
Oh, okay. In that case, let's get a little stealth roll going on.
All right. Come on, stealth roll. This is for all the marbles right here.
There you go.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
36. Yeah, I'll take that.
How close do you want to get?
Close enough where if I shout at them, they will hear me.
Okay, yeah, that's easy enough. You're kind of like peeking out from behind a tent that's like a little ways away.
Okay, so like once I'm in position, I go, Evergreen Legion! And then I kind of like tuck back in and like peek out with like one eye.
Yeah, there's no movement. They're just standing there. Not least because Sheepdog himself didn't actually hear what you said. I wasn't sure whether it was everyone lay dead or everyone lie down.
No, I said Evergreen Legion. Like I was just trying to get their attention.
Okay. That makes a lot more sense.
I'm testing whether or not they always do that thing where they go like all at the same time.
Oh,
I want to
okay.
see if it's reproducible.
Okay. Yeah. In this instance, it's like because it's a little ways away and kind of and it was kind of like shouted in haste. The best guess you have is they probably chalked it up to random stupid other regiments running around shouting shit, and
I sneak up closer.
All right. Do you want to run off that stealth roll to get a little bit closer, or would you like to try again to get closer?
Like closer. We've got it. We've got
all
it.
right. Let's give it another stealth.
All right.
Hell yeah.
A 33.
Yeah, you're like there's nothing really to hide behind, but they're all facing the other way, so you're just very quiet and like sneaking.
I say, does anybody have a low stick? Like authoritatively.
Yeah.
Like I'm here for a low stick.
So about 150 heads just turn to you, like the bodies as well slightly, because obviously you're behind them this time.
How do you guys all do that in unison? I don't think I could do that with... I mean, I still can't march in unison with the rest of the 12th. Like, how do you guys even do that?
They, I wouldn't say exactly perfectly in unison, but close enough to be creepy. All turn around at the same time, like their feet move, and then they're all now facing you in a like perfect square of like a perfect square of people have just like shifted around and now they're looking at you.
Do you guys speak low Gothic? Is that the problem here? Anybody? Beulah? Anybody got a low stick? Low stick? Smoky?
And then the one on the corner near you steps out of line, marches a couple of feet until he's in front of you, goes to his side, takes out a pistol, turns it around, and holds it towards you.
Like pointing at me?
No, like so the butt of the pistol is pointing towards you.
Oh, this is escalating. I was just trying to mess with him.
He bends down very slowly with like this expressionless face mask. You can just about see his eyes in the shadow behind the mask, and you hear him say, "Would you like to kill me?"
Why would I want to do that? We're on the same team.
He's just sitting there with the pistol of the weapon at the butt of the pistol, like kind of offered to you.
No, I think I'm good. Start to like slowly back away, like emoji face, just like.
Yeah, and the boss kind of shifts slightly as you're moving away to follow you, and you hear like very softly him saying, "If you change your mind, please come back."
That's very polite of you. I appreciate you extending the offer, but I think I'm gonna go back to the 12th now. Bye.
And as you're walking off, he rejoins. Like he kind of straightens up, walks back, rejoins the line, and then they all kind of shift around to face the other way again.
Well, I go off to find Bigby and Hey You.
So while Bigby is like scrubbing this pot, you know, like you're in downtime again, so you're kind of by a little bit of a campsite type area. Like you're quite far away from the defensive lines. And just FYI, in the distance, you can still hear the occasional explosion, occasional like thing. There's a lot of activity as well, people getting ready, but you know, it's essentially, you'll know when they start to see the enemy because they'll start shouting and running around and stuff. Hey You is, I assume, probably sitting there like a little kind of absent-minded. And Grudo walks back with an occupied look on his face. Feel free to correct me on that, but I just feel like it's kind of like...
Very, very preoccupied.
I had an experience, and I'm thinking about it currently, and maybe worried.
Hey, Bigby.
Yeah, buddy.
So, I went over to the Evergreen Legion's trench, like, as one tends to do, and I wanted to see if they could do that creepy turnaround thing all at the same time. So,
Yeah.
like, I was back behind the trench, and I was like, hey, you, and then I would hide, and then I'd, like, throw a rock, and then finally, like, they wouldn't turn around, so I just walked up even closer, and I asked if anybody had a low stick, and they all turned around at the same time in a square, right? And then I was like, low stick? Anybody got a low stick? Yeah, that's creepy, right? That's really, really creepy. One of them, one of the crazy fucks, he gets out of line, he comes over, he tries to give me a gun and asks me if I want to kill him.
Did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Like, part of me was like, what's going to happen next if I do? Like, there is that curious part of my brain that's like, well, A leads to B and B leads to C. Like, what happens when I shoot this guy in the face? But I did not do it because, like, we're on the same team. Generally looked down upon when you kill a fellow soldier. So, like, but anyways, I said no, and he didn't put the gun away. He just kept standing there offering me. He didn't even move. He just, like, held the gun. He wanted me to shoot him in the face.
Did he seem? I know it's hard to say because they wear that fucking creepy ass mask. Did you think he wanted you to kill him?
I have no idea. All I'm saying is maybe we should just stay away from the Evergreen for a while.
Those guys
I feel
are
like
fucking psychos.
wherever they go, that is where we should make an effort to not be, because I don't see that playing out well.
No, they're just wearing shirts. They don't even have armor on. It's just regular clothes.
I
So,
have
like,
an
my-
idea.
Oh, fuck.
Oh boy.
We can strap the evergreen on ourselves and use them as shield.
Honestly, not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I don't think they'd mind.
You know, I don't have any negatives to that, I guess.
I do. It would work for Hey You.
Yeah,
It wouldn't.
not for the others.
Not for you two. Like you guys are like 4 foot ish. They're like
No,
5
see,
to
so,
7.
okay, so Sheepy, here's the thing. You're not
Right.
thinking like a ratling, okay? So
Right.
if you have Grudo, right, sitting in his camping chair on the shoulder-mounted sniper position, you just take an Evergreen Legion guy and put him here so that he can just rest the rifle on that guy's shoulder,
That's
and
kinda
then
like-
he's like a battlement. And you
Yeah,
put one
like
on
a
this side of the
battlement.
shoulder, you know?
Hey,
It's
how
like
dedicated to
crenellations
this?
in the castle.
Yeah, like
turning
cast-
an Ogren into a human fort.
Hey, you, how much do you like this idea? Because, buddy, I feel like you've done really great so far, and I feel like you deserve a reward. If you want me to make this thing happen for you, I will try to make this thing happen for you. Apparently, I've made some friends over there.
You think I could have my very own evergreen boy?
I
I'm-
don't.
Maybe we
I don't like
strap
how he
like
said
3 or 4 of them on you. Just use them as armor.
I mean, one for every limb.
You think you
Huh.
could carry that? That's a lot of weight.
Yeah, no, I think I might stick with one.
Okay, I'm headed back over to the Evergreens.
You
Sam,
are
said it was
you
gonna be
are my
hard to
best
get him a
friend.
stuffed animal.
So I head back over to the Evergreens.
Okay.
Chibi, maybe
I mean-
don't give us downtime anymore.
Hey, man, look. I'm curious. as
We
to-
told you in episode 1 that you made a mistake.
So, yeah, it's exactly the same as it was before. They have not moved. They are standing in the exact same place. It's been, maybe like 20, 30 minutes, I would take a guess at.
I announce myself again when I get out. I go, Evergreen Legion! Like when I'm like really, really close.
And they turn.
God, it's creepy every time. It never stops being creepy. I need volunteers. Does anybody want to volunteer to be strapped to an Ogren for use as ablative armor?
The one at the are you approaching from the same direction, or are you okay? So the one who you you know what, the best way I can say is you assume it's the same one as last time.
It might be, it might not. Who knows?
It's the same position. They have a fucking mask on. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, they're all dressed up like a Slipknot concert. We don't know what's going on over here. Like,
He walks up again, goes to his hip, pulls out his pistol, offers it to you, bends over. Would you like to kill me?
Not in the way that you're proposing. So I see that you're ready to die for the Emperor. Let me throw an idea out there. I have an Ogren. He's like 9 feet tall. That's a big target, like big target. He was wondering if any of you want to hold on to him like a backpack and a front pack and be armor for him, because requisitions, they fucked up with the flak armor that you're supposed to put on an Ogren. And so, are you with me here? Like, please tell me you're following what I'm saying.
I also have flak armor, by the way.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I thought yours got misplaced like mine.
No, well, there's like a +3 everywhere, so I assume it's flak armor.
You are with the Grockets.
That is a fact that you are stating, yes.
We have received our orders, and you will be going into battle with us.
Oh, fuck.
We have the honor of dying together. If you do not want to kill me now.
Yeah, here's your pistol back. I gotta go now. And I take off running back towards my guy.
Shit. Yeah, so essentially running back in.
You hear my voice coming up from far. Back Bay! And just footballs. Bag Bay!
You're muted, mate, I think.
I know. I didn't want to scream.
Oh.
As I'm running.
Did
you get them? Did they join? Are they gonna wear them like a suit?
No, they did
Oh.
not. But I learned some information about our mission that I think you would like to know.
Oh, all right.
So, I don't know what Cucumber Fuck said we were going to be doing, but here's the thing. I was asking the Evergreen Legion, very nicely, I might add. I was very polite about this. I was asking if any of them wanted to be armor for our Ogren and just
Right.
hold on to him like a backpack and a front pack, like I said I would.
Yeah, of course.
One of them, he asked me to kill him again. I'm going to be honest. That was a little bit of an awkward bump inside the
Real
diplomatic process. But after we got past, no, I don't want to kill you, he said that we are going in with the Evergreen Legion to die for the Emperor. He specifically said the Grockets and the Evergreen Legion are going into battle to die. That's what he said. He did not say to do a mission. He did not say to take an objective. He said, Grockets, Evergreen, die.
You know, I think the lieutenant and I are friends. So let me just.
You just maybe pop your head on into the tent and
Yeah,
ask him what
No.
what all this dying shit's about. That's
Yeah. You know, this doesn't seem like the appropriate time, but I don't really do things at an appropriate recourse. That is his real voice. I asked, There was a creepy man in the tent the entire time. We just didn't see him. He was there.
Fair
like
enough.
a shadow.
There was another fucking guy in the tent.
That's what I said. He startled me.
Good lord.
Anyway, he just opens the tent flap because I imagine I'm cleaning the cauldron right outside the tent.
Yeah.
Lieutenant.
Big pot. Shh.
He put a
Welcome back. How can I help you?
I knew it. I knew this was going to happen. I recently got some intel, like just 3 seconds ago, that says that a little clarification on the secret, special, super awesome mission that you had put us on, right?
Oh, it's no secret. I told you exactly what we're doing.
Right. Yeah, no, but this very big, important mission from the commander all the way down to you.
Right.
I recently discovered that we're going to be emplaced with the Evergreen Legion.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, when you say kind of, what do you mean, kind of? It's more of a yes or a no.
All right, then. Yes.
Okay, now my intel from 3 seconds ago also said that the mission seems to be that we're going to be in place with them, which you've confirmed, and that we're going to all die together.
Well, what mission isn't without its dangers? That's what makes it interesting.
Okay, so interesting is one thing, but if we all die with the Evergreen Legion, who seem to like dying together.
They do have a little bit of a pendant for that.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Who's going to write your biography, and how is it going to get published if you're dead, is my question.
Oh, no. Don't worry. I'm not going to die. I'm leading the attack.
From the front?
Why would I be at the front? Then I can't tell you, I can't see what's going on. You know, like the most dangerous part of being a leader is having to watch all your men die.
Right. Could I make an amend to the orders we have here? If I could just offer a suggestion, balls of stealing and shit whatever you say.
Stealing balls, go ahead.
Right, stealing balls left and right. What if, we collectively have an Ogren, right? Now he carries myself, my giant pot, and Grudo and his very big gun.
The one that was in the shitter.
The one that was in the shitter, yeah.
Right.
What if he carries you also, and now hear me out, the 3 of us act as your personal entourage. And so we stay together as a 4 unit.
Well,
and no one dies.
That's a beautiful idea, and I'd love to be able to help you with that.
Yeah, do that. Make it happen then.
The unfortunate thing is then you wouldn't be able to complete the mission.
I feel like the Evergreens, they can do it. They're fucking creepy as shit.
Well, they're part... did you not listen during my outlining of said mission?
If I say no, could you recap it again for me?
Of course. It was is a genius idea come up with by our superiors.
Okay, all right, yeah.
So, we're going to kill the leader of this orc force.
So there was one him the whole time. Okay, yeah.
Well, that's what I said.
It's more or less. So there's one leader, Grudo. They want to kill the... Oh, hold on. So, okay, yeah. So we're going to kill the...
Is Grudo outside?
Yeah, he stuck his head in the tent.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, so we're going to kill the... And how does that work? Exactly.
Right, so we're going to wait with our good friends, the Evergreen Legion.
Yeah.
Who cannot wait to die.
Yeah,
but
that's concerning.
Have agreed to put it off until it's tactically advantageous to ourselves.
Okay.
And then, once the Green Menace has started battering at our doors, for those of you who don't understand, and like there's just you in there, by the way, there's not even his you looked around, there's not even his guy writing, but he's still saying, for those of you who don't understand military parlance, that essentially means that they were attacking our defenses.
Right.
Right. So, once they are distracted by killing us, we then send the Evergreen Legion as a pincer movement, spearing into the enemy.
Those are 2 different verbs.
What do you mean?
You can't. So a pincer is like 2 prongs, right? It's like a trident, really, but like a hooked trident that
That's
comes in
not
from
how I
and,
pincer.
and a spear is like a straight spear. It's like an actual spear. You can't pinch and spear at the same time. You could if it was like a trident, I guess, like a hooked trident. It'd be like a pinch and spear thing, but that would require 3 people at least.
That's a very good point. I appreciate you helping me with my parlance. So,
Okay.
as the Evergreen Legion tridents into the enemy,
Okay, I don't. All right.
they will clear a path for us, a specialist assassination unit, to get close enough for a shot, for a kill, for an attempt to destroy the enemy leader.
You know, you're saying a lot of words here, and I don't want to assume that you don't know what you're talking about. But Grudo is a sniper,
Right.
so he doesn't need to get close. In fact, the closer he is, the worse it is for him. The farther away. And I'm a chef. I found this gun.
So he I found this gun. He pats his sniper rifle like by the side of his desk. He says,
Yeah.
I myself am also a sniper.
Right.
The problem is we will need to get within range where we can take a good shot.
Grudo, what's the range on your rifle? Pretty fucking far, right?
Yeah, I think 400 meters or so.
That doesn't seem like we need to be involved in the pinching spear motion, the trident. It seems like we could be 400 meters away from the trident.
Well, we'll be following after the Evergreen Legion, so they clear the path. They clear it and like spread.
Right.
So, from what I understand,
No, I'm hearing you, but
they're
then just,
essentially going to clear out a pocket,
right.
and then we're going to run into said pocket,
Yeah,
and then we're going to.
we're gonna what? Because I feel like the high ground is not in the pocket, and 400 meters away is also not in the pocket, and we don't need to be there. That sounds like a wall of death, I think, is what the kids would call it.
So, we're going to try the Evergreen
glasses on.
Legion.
And then take them, and then start.
So,
Yeah.
the Evergreen Legion are going to trident into the enemy, clear a pocket so that we can get close enough to take a shot at the enemy commander.
Can I try something real quick just to see what the effect is?
Right.
Yeah. Could I see those glasses? I
Oh,
promise I won't break them.
You can't touch the glasses.
Do you have a second pair, like a spare?
I only need one.
Okay, you know what? Give me 1 second. Hey, you know those glasses you had, the smart guy glasses? Can I see those?
Yep. There you go. Be careful.
Thanks, buddy. And he puts on the regular sized glasses that you has.
Yeah.
And he pokes his head back in the tent. Lieutenant, if I could, I have a few suggestions to make about the possible plan here. I think we have 2 highly efficient snipers in our Grocket unit, yourself being one of them, and we could be at least 400 meters away from the trident pincer spear maneuver and still shoot the dome piece right off that green orc face commander guy. Now, what do you say about that?
So, how far away is the enemy commander going to be in the fight?
400 meters.
No.
Okay. How far away do you think he will be?
Somewhere between 800 plus meters.
What if we have the Evergreen Legion do the pincer trident movement, and then we add like a tail to it, and we come around the side where they're not expecting us, because they're getting attacked from the front, and 2 angular angles there, also similar to the front, because it's a trident. And then we swoop around.
I believe you were there at the front line, correct?
I was.
So, how far away was the flank of the enemy when you were fighting them? Like,
You know,
as you look to the left, as you look to the right, as they pounded against your sides.
they there were a lot of trees, and they had a
Right.
squigoth. So
They did.
yeah.
Speaking of squigoths, where do you think the enemy commander is?
Is he on the squigoth?
Yes.
Can I try a thing?
Sure.
Oh, fuck.
I hear what's going on in the tent.
It's
and,
so loud. He can't not.
And
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
you as an idea.
Okay.
He knows how to bring everyone to the Squigoth. But instead of saying it, he will show it.
Oh god. Okay.
I want to sneak into the tent from the back
Okay.
and just tower over Benenbum something.
Broccoli, cucumber.
Broccoli cabbage patch. Yeah.
Yeah.
And just, and then announce like,
I know how to.
but it'll really depend on my stealth check, which might bring the tent down. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Okay. Roll me a stealth, please.
1 degree of success
Yeah.
on a
Just,
32.
So, for the sake of how things are set up, you can essentially get. He's like right at the back of his tent, so you can essentially get to the back of his tent. Getting inside will require either ripping or just lifting up the tent and walking in. There's only so much you can do as stealth. That's what I'm gonna say. So
I taught him everything I know about stealth. So proud of him right now.
if you'd like to announce yourself, you will be just behind him. But
All right. So I'll just go.
yeah.
Hi. I know how to bring all of you to the Quiggeth unannounced. Oh, that was hard.
And there's like a pause, and Bigby, you would have seen him like kind of startle and be like, "Ah, crap! There's all behind me."
We can sneak in through the enemy line.
So, big man behind me, who I incidentally knew was there the whole time.
We didn't know.
What we are essentially looking at is we are going to be on a battlefield. The enemy, so to explain military tactics to those of you who may not understand, and he's kind of like talking to Bigby, but also at times like turning around and talking to Hey You as well, who is just like outlined by the sun on the tent, so it's just essentially a silhouette. And who I feel at some point is just going to start like doing shadow puppets. It is a good idea, and it is very much what we in the 12th like to do. I don't know if I have ever told you, but I was responsible for the assassination of a planetary governor back on Draco Mal when he was being difficult.
I don't know how.
I'm
relevant.
sorry I stopped listening.
That's all right.
Was that relevant to this situation?
Well, it is a similar setup, I guess. It's kind of. I thought it was impressive, but apparently it's not. So,
Did the planet? I bust in. Did the planetary governor also write a squigoth? Because I don't think like the two are immediately relatable. Like I've been listening to this the whole time, and like honestly, I feel like that's like you shot a big guy like on a throne that was just hanging out there drinking out of a fancy cup, whatever it is a planetary governor does, and then this guy though, he is heavily armed on top of what, for all intents and purposes, is basically like a Caddic space dragon.
Yeah, what he said. Grudo, now that you're here, do you think if there was a moon-shaped pincer trident maneuver, do you think we'd need to be in the middle of the battlefield to shoot?
I feel like it would need some kind of tail. That would be us. That would like come
Yeah,
around
the
from the
tail,
side
from
like
the
a tail.
That's what I said, and he said no. The tail. It's like a three. It's you know what it's like. It's like a scorpion move, not the ship, the actual thing.
Scorpion.
Because it's got the two. It's got the two clampy claws, and it's got its mouth, and then the tail, and we're the tail. That's what it's called. You can patent pen the scorpion move. Put that in your biography.
All right, boys.
I am at a loss.
That's
He's
okay. You're just
still there.
mostly a ride at this point. We don't want you to get hurt.
What is his name?
Hey, you.
Hey,
What?
you.
What?
If you want, come around the front, and you can come in as well if you'd like to be a part of this.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to be delicate in exiting the tent from one side.
Well,
I'm probably dragging the fabric with me.
You're not in the tent. You didn't actually go in.
Oh,
you're just kind
sorry.
of standing outside.
I'm standing outside. Oh yeah, because
Okay.
Like you pick it up and go okay, and then walk around. There's a little bit of time to just let that sink into cucumber, and so I thought that I was dealing with fellow tacticians, but let me just lay this out for you right straight. Keep in mind that if you would like to complain about this strategy and tactic, the first stop is the captain, and the second stop is the lieutenant commander. So, I'll lay it out for you so you understand the intricacies of our tactical maneuver to, as you said, like a scorpion, strike and take out the head.
But your move isn't like a scorpion.
So,
His move is more like a crab. Crabs don't have tails. They do have the two pinchies, but they have no tail.
It's not even like a crab. He didn't even. He said both
he's-
spear and pincer at the same time. I think it's just a spear, and then we just
Maybe I'm-
follow the spear in, which doesn't seem like a good plan at all.
I think I'm just hungry right now.
Is he writing something down?
he's like drawing, and he's like drawing on a piece of paper.
Where did you
and-
get that whiteboard from?
So I'm actually going to do this on the map for you.
Oh Christ! You're actually drawing something. You know, I know that the captain doesn't like me, Grudo, but I feel like if we jumped at the captain and just went straight to Lieutenant Commander, she can't be this. That's a bad move, I think, right?
Well, you know, like my normal instinct is to think about the things that like a rattling which is like supersede the chain of command and
Yeah.
go over my commander's head, and I'm
Right.
like, oh, that's a great idea. But
I
then
know,
I think
that's what I'm
about it
saying.
again, and
Yeah.
then every single time it's like I get shot at or someone threatens me or tells me to fuck off. And so like I don't know, I exist in a state of confusion at this point.
All right. Well, you know, I've been making some bad calls recently, so I'm gonna, you know, to the senior specialist here, I'll follow your lead.
He's like getting crayons out and like doing different colors.
Where did he get these things?
So if I
Logistics have
can,
improved. I don't know.
if I can gather your attention to here.
Christ. Is that Simon yelling, oh, or hey, you? Yelling,
No, it's. I know what your plan is like. It's not a scorpion or a crab. It's a wiggly blobglogzord.
Those weren't even words, buddy.
No, it's native to my planet. It's a delicacy.
We live on the same planet.
We're all from Caddick. Or we're all from the shore. Sorry.
To be fair, Ogren
Then I.
brought in from an Ogren world, but
But
you did essentially grow up on the shore, yeah.
No. It's I remember what they were. They're chitinous and they have a tail and pincers.
That's a big word that I don't even think you know what it means.
What that?
Chitinous.
What?
They're chitlins.
No, that's not what I said. That's an edible
Oh.
delicacy from the south.
I don't have to go right now.
So So Cucumber Bombalick says, so, does that make everything clear?
No.
Right, so...
Oh no, I see it.
No, so
So-
like I get it. So like the gray line is like
Yes.
where is like our defense line, right?
This is us.
yeah,
This is
Right,
the...
right. And then the green square is their line of advancement or attack or whatever. And then the
Big
gray
pot, big pot, big pot. If you
Yeah.
can't even tell the difference between a clear rectangle and a square, you're never going to get promoted.
Well, all rectangles are squares. But okay, anyway, so the green rectangle is the line of enragement or whatever you call it. And then the
line of
squiggly
enragement.
the squiggly circle with the antlers, I don't know what that is. I assume that's the commander.
They're horns.
Do orcs have horns?
I'm pretty sure they do.
I don't think a single one had. Okay, you know what? That's neither here nor there. And then the red aggressive rectangle is
The trident.
the trident. Yeah. And then I think the little pink mist there in the middle, that's us, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because when they fall on us, we die and explode
cool.
into pink mist.
It's like more of a unident. I'm gonna be honest with you. It seems to be missing the bident and the trident off the
Yeah,
sides.
it's a spear. That's what
So-
I'm trying to tell you. It was never a crab or a trident or a bident. It was just a spear.
There has never been any talk of crabs. I don't know where you got. Look,
I
That was
specifically
Grudo.
talked
Grudo
about
specifically
crabs
said
a second
crabs.
ago
It's
because
a
I was a
whole
little
thing.
hungry, and
Yeah.
then somebody said the shit in this, and I said I need to go, and then I don't know. This whole conversation's hurting my head.
I think it was
So-
a pronunciation. It's chitin, I think, but I don't know.
so
Like a crab.
the objective is we stay behind.
Yeah. Until we
Evergreen
don't.
Legion.
Yeah, and then we go in very aggressively to the center of a horde.
The evergreen.
Oh, they're going to part the orcs for us.
Yes.
But I don't
And
think
then-
they are, is the thing. I think they're gonna wade into a sea of orcs and get their fucking heads chopped off like Dad.
Well, that is what will happen, but it will give us the time we need to push in as they clear the way,
Right.
and then
Then
we
when you
take
take-
our shot.
You take one shot and then they finish pushing in and then we all die in the pink mist like you drew there.
I'd like to offer an anecdote here for a moment.
I'd like to hear this story.
About the Evergreen Legion. Like 10 seconds ago, they asked me if I wanted to shoot them in the head with their own guns.
Right.
How do we know that they aren't going to give their guns to the orcs and ask if the orcs want to shoot them in the face with their own guns? Because they did that with me.
That's a good question. You know,
Well,
And
they
we're on the
haven't-
same team.
They haven't done it yet.
that's because they're here.
So, gentlemen, this is our orders. Feel free, instead, to go and talk to the captain and tell her you don't want to do them.
I'm Grudo, you know, I know we had a conversation just a mere minute ago about you being the senior specialist and all. I'm fucking tempted to. This is an atrocious plan. And I'm a chef. I didn't even go to battle class.
This is a terrible plan, and I cook with mud.
Yeah. I made a food bullet just 24 hours ago. This is a bad plan. It means something when I say it. I only make bad plans. I made a bullet full of weed and shot it into my friend's mouth. I have concerns. I have so many of them. We're gonna die in
You
here.
know, I've just sort of accepted that Caddick is gonna kill us no matter what we do. We seem to be surrounded on all sides by just terrible ideas.
I know. At least I could take ownership when they're mine, but this one is just. This is bad. Huh.
Oh no. So when is the when is the crayon contingency gonna set out?
We will wait till the battle has reached a moment of expediency, and then we will strike.
You know, when I said earlier that you read that book and you say lots of big words and no one really knows what you're saying, but they sound like they're the right words. He's the opposite, I think.
Yeah.
I mean that in the best way, Lieutenant.
I have not picked up any.
You know,
got that?
Bigby.
Yeah.
Take a walk with me.
Like an actual one or like a mental?
Just like just let's go ahead and excuse ourselves from the lieutenant's tent. I'm
Well,
sorry for bothering you, Lieutenant.
Before you go,
Oh,
dismissed.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
here go, big guy. You can have your glasses back. It didn't work like I thought it might.
Thank you. They don't work.
There's no,
There's no glass in them for a start.
there's nothing. It's just frames.
I know.
All right.
Why do you think I use them?
Hey.
I don't even remember what I'm supposed to use them for. In and out game.
They were reading glasses originally.
Hey, I think
Look, I keep
understand.
0 notes for Hey You.
I feel like I understand
That's
how
fair.
Grudo feels at the end of the day when he's exhausted and just walks away from me when I'm talking. That's what it feels like talking to the lieutenant. So, you just keep on keeping on, buddy. You're doing
Okay.
great.
When are we forcefully being shot out of the column of green people?
Soon?
I sort of feel like, you ever get the feeling that everybody thinks that we're the stupid ones, but we point out the really dumb shit that they're doing,
Yeah,
and they say that we're the stupid ones?
all the time
So
I feel like that.
frustrated right now.
Welcome to the army, pal.
That's painfully accurate. And I'm very upset about it. I think I spend 50% of my military duty doing just that, where I go,
Yeah.
that's fucking dumb. That's dumb. That doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense at all. Why don't we do this? And they go, that's not what we're doing.
That's not orders, buddy.
I just feel sort of like everybody thinks we're the dumb guy in the room for pointing out that they're the dumb guy in the room. And I don't know how to get over this wall. I would like to solve this problem because it is increasingly frustrating for me.
Yeah, no, I'm I wasn't there with you before. I was just kind of riding along for the show of it. But you're making a point here, and I don't know what to do about it, really. I would normally go to the sergeant, but well,
I'm gonna go take a nap. It might be the last one I ever get.
I have an idea.
Oh god, hit me with it, big guy. It can't be worse than the spear.
Okay, but let's go talk away from the tent.
You have, by the way, you
Okay,
dismissed,
good.
didn't you? Yeah.
So you know how we're going to be in the middle of the orc and it's gonna be fantastic.
With you there for all but the fantastic part. I think it's gonna be a lot more screaming and dying and bleeding than
Okay.
then-
Well, look, I'm probably going to have to bring all of you back out of there, right?
that's a good I think that's a good that's a good guess.
But I would find myself being a little slower if I had 3 ratlings with me instead of the usual 2.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking maybe we tie the lieutenant's boots together and he stays behind,
Like
and thus give us a diversion.
so when you say you mean we take his shoelaces and we tie them together so that he briefly trips and falls over and that will absolve us of our military duty.
No, I mean, it's like when you're trying to outrun a bear.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. So we leave Dumbledore Crumble Patch behind
It might be the best
as a distraction.
Listen, there is no greater blah 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 dying for the emperor.
That is true. But I don't
And if
plan
I
on being
need
the one to
to-
do it.
No, but if I need to, I'm gonna throw you and Bigby at a safe distance. And I will stay behind.
Just purely because Sheepy wants the clarification on this, did he say, I'm going to throw you at a safe distance or to a safe distance?
It should have been 2, but Simon said at. But that's
Okay.
because prepositions are hard, yo.
Yeah, my brain was like, wait, so is he going to be at a safe distance and then throw them towards the enemy, or is he going to throw them to safety? Because there is a difference.
I'm going to throw them to safety.
To safety. Okay.
I like the plan. Frankly, I've learned to accept anything that gets me farther away from wherever the battle's at. I just don't question it anymore.
So I have to ask, for both Bigby and for Grudo, are you going to go complain to the captain?
Bigby really wants to, but he has been listening to Grudo. He said Grudo is the specialist, the senior specialist, so he's
just
leaving
feel
that
like-
choice to him.
Every time we talk to the captain, it gets worse. That's what I feel like. It was like the first time we talked to him, we got put in a death barn full of orcs. The second time, she gave us to this idiot that wears glasses and has an impronounceable name that nobody can say or remember. And now he's going to put us in the middle of a bunch of suicidal assholes. And you're like, I just feel like every time we talk to the captain, it gets worse.
You know, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I really feel like the captain's trying to kill us. And I've been contemplating how to get myself out of this situation. And it's just, I'm coming up with goose eggs. We're surrounded by falling Medius Covenant green guys. We have a superior officer that wants us dead for no reason. It's never our fault.
Yeah, no, I know. And then Lieutenant Bowling Ball Crumple Patch, he said that we had to, like, in the spear, you said. It's not, and then he called it a pinch. I don't think he knows what he's saying. I don't think he's ever read the book.
I think if we win the war, the captain's going to let us go.
Like you're prisoners.
He doesn't know how the military works.
Captain, if we win the war, would you release us?
You know, you're not wrong, I guess. I even tried to say, you know, he's a sniper. I even tried to say, let's mount another sniper chair on Hayes' other shoulder, and then you have 2 snipers, and we could stay back with him. And he was like, no, I wear glasses in the daytime. It is a whole fucking thing.
I say this with a lot of love in my heart. I love the 12th, and I love the guys. I think they're all great. But once you get to like a certain rank, it's just like there's a real failing on the intellectual level here on our leadership, and I'm starting to get a little bit worried about it. And so I just you know, we hit like a
Grudo, I
certain
am
level.
trying.
No, I'm not talking about you, buddy. It seems like it's kind of like that vacuous middle area. Like the generals seem to be doing a good job, and like the specialists and the corporals and the privates, we're all doing our best. And then there's just that middle. I mean, even the sergeant did a great job. He got cut in half, but like, you know, he tried. He got that big bolter and was shooting at the orcs, and you know, he's doing the action movie thing. Yeah. And then, you know, but we talked to any lieutenant, we talked to any captain, we talked to anybody like in that area, and it just seems like they sort of want to kill us with terrible plans.
There's a contingent of like a little squad of the 12th, like kind of walking by. There's been lots of groups walking back and forth and stuff, but these 12th are like essentially regular. I guess technically they're irregulars, but regular 12th kind of squad, and they're kind of joking and chatting, and you can see a little plume of smoke like puff out from the group, and one of them looks over and goes, "All right, boys. I heard your captain over there talking about how you were right."
About what?
And then the another one in the group and like pipes up and goes, "Yeah, she said you were right fucked." See you later, boys.
Wait,
You know, this
what?
feels comic. Is this comic? Did I like kick a kitten in a past life or something? This all feels comic.
Hey, buddy, he's like yelling to the two that walked by.
Yeah.
We're prepping for a mission here, and I was curious. I need to fill up my canteen of water. Where's your water point? Is it close by?
Oh yeah. It's just down the bay there.
Great. Thanks so much. I appreciate your input.
It's like straight and then a right and then it's just behind that tent over there.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
No problem.
And Bigby starts lighting a
It's
fire
like
under his
puff,
cauldron.
Okay.
So what's the plan now? And he's like putting in leaves, dumping in water that he has with him anyway.
Grudo is obviously resigned at this point and utterly deflated. Just be like, we're fucking dead. We're dead. This is it. We're gonna die in the spear.
For your own meta satisfaction on a couple of points.
This is a bad plan. Thanks, Chippy. We know.
Yeah, no, this is a bad plan for you in terms of survival.
Okay, great. Thanks.
In terms of the overall fight, like if they can take out the leader, there's a possibility of animosity and the force kind of falling apart a little bit. Also, he's like essentially an orc herder, which means he has control over animals and like that's his like speciality. So it could help with the squig off. It's a long shot, but if it works, then it's great. And if it doesn't work, then some of the people who are already going to die will die.
Like from a command level, I'm fine with it. That's like the Imperial Guard 101. But as like a boots on the ground specialist, this plan fucking sucks. This plan is terrible.
As the people doing it, it's a terrible plan because you're probably it's dangerous as fuck. What I was gonna say is for you, Splat, if you'd have shot the Evergreen Legion dude and killed him, another one would have stepped up and offered you his gun. That's what would have happened.
But I have just shot my way through all of them until there wasn't enough Evergreen left to do the plan, and then we get to go home.
No, there's an endless supply of Evergreen Legion. That's kind of their thing.
I saw a way out.
In theory, each one has a gun, so you could, in theory, shoot each one with its own gun.
And also there wouldn't be any punishment or like the Evergreen Legion are weird. So yeah.
I hate that.
Also, additionally, the other one is Benapatch Comedict is a lieutenant. He was actually the lieutenant for your commander, who got promoted above him and kept getting promoted. He was actually promoted to captain at one point, and then the commander demoted him down to lieutenant again once she had gone past him. He's been used mostly in propaganda because he's a celebrity on the shore. So he does a lot of like posing for heroic photos or pics, etc. He was involved in the assassination of the planetary governor. He was framed for the crime. There was a Legends game. The high Patreons on Roll for It had a game where they knocked him out and put him on a roof with a sniper rifle and then killed the governor because it was a special secret mission. And he got framed for it. So that's just like a little bit of backstory for you guys because
Love that for him.
They took an auto cannon and they put it in a building and they gunned down the planetary governor when he was giving a speech and cut him in half. Sorry.
That's not an assassination.
It was. Yeah, they hit a lot of people to the sides of him and stuff. He was giving like a speech in public, and they killed civilians and stuff.
I mean, at this point, orbital bombardment is also technically an assassination.
Yeah. So that was just a little bit of backstory for you guys. Essentially, at this point, you probably can hear like faded sounds of trooper like the enemy forces coming towards, like just the like vague screaming and shouting, and the artillery in the base will start up a little bit, but it's getting dark, so essentially, and also the thing is you you're not required to defend the line unless you want to, go off to the trench line and get stuck in. Essentially, your orders are wait until the Evergreen Legion charge out of the defenses into the orcs, make a space for you, so you can move forward into essentially effective sniping range. There's a possibility, I guess, that you could take a shot at, but I will tell you that the modifier from the trench line, at the very least, trying to shoot the orc will be -16, no question. It will be it's not just the distance; it's also he's in the squig-off fort bit on the top of it, and all that type of thing. So,
Bigby is frustrated, as is Grudo.
Yeah.
As
Oh, yeah,
Grudo,
yeah, yeah.
as frustrated as Grudo is. Sorry.
We really keep trying to dodge death, and death just doesn't seem to fuck right off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's also salty and petty about the two guys that rubbed salt in the wound that were about to die again.
yeah.
So he's straight up boiling leaf, and
Okay.
he's now putting it in his canteens to go pour into their water source.
Okay. So you just want to go to where they?
Yep. Yeah. So he's just grabbing whatever he
Okay.
can contain water in and just trucking it over there and then dumping it in their water point.
Okay. So you kind of follow you go straight and then you take the right and you turn another corner and in front of you are a few latrines.
Oh, I see what they did here. Well, now
Shite.
Now I have this on my face. Okay, well, he kind of gets back. All right, so Grudo, I may have reacted a little bit hasty about those two fuck faces that walked by and sort of talked some shit. And I intended to boil this leaf here and then put all the water inside their water point. They would hallucinate balls and hopefully get trampled by a squigoth or something. I don't know. Turns out the directions they gave me were two shitters. So
That's fair.
yeah,
Okay.
no, I get it. I would have done the same. But the problem is now I have all of this
You boiled up a shit ton of leaf.
that I need to figure out what to do with.
Did you
We
boil a
can-
leaf? Is that water that you boiled it in?
Yeah.
We
It's
can
drinkable
use it
water.
when we charge.
Okay. For what?
Spray them!
What, like a skunk?
Out of what? Hey?
Well, I know that flamers throw fire, so waterer should throw water. We just need to find a waterer.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I go over to the captain's tent.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Not the captain's tent. I'm sorry, to the lieutenant's
lieutenant's
tent.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus. I was like, oh, okay, let's
Yeah, build a bear, pinch a poo. I'm going over to his house.
build a bear pinch of poo. I need you to stay and continually come up names for him.
I hope someone's writing them all down.
So you get to the tent flap.
Lieutenant, I heard the guns going off. I'm filling up canteens. You want me to fill yours?
There's no response.
I go into the room. Is there anybody here?
It's quite dark, but he is there at his desk with his feet up and his arms and he's kind of leaning back in his chair very slightly, and he's got his sunglasses on. So
I go like this. Is his canteen on? Can I see where his canteen is at?
yeah, it's probably just out on the desk.
I go and retrieve it.
Okay. Roll me a stealth, please. Take a plus 20 because he's asleep.
Okay, all right.
And he is not as aware as you might think.
Here we go. All right.
Get them hot hands.
Indiana Jones.
An 11. Holy shit.
Yeah, I won't even require you to roll a sleight of hand.
Nice.
You like sneak up, yoink, and you also want to go and like get the canteen from. Yeah. Okay, so you leave with the canteen, and he's still like.
All right. I go and I fill it up with the boiled leaf water.
Okay.
All right. So, Bigby, I have the lieutenant's canteen, and it's full of that ass water you just boiled off. Do you think the plan is better if I take it back in there and leave it on his desk where it was? When I picked it up, was it already full? Did I have to pour it out when it came inside of here?
So, my question, it was like half full.
Uh-huh.
Did you like open it up and give it a taste or a whiff, or did you just kind of?
I did not. I just kind of filled it up the rest of the way with the water.
Oh, okay.
Like maybe I don't know. Like I'm at war with myself. I don't know if I should fill it to the same requisite level before. Like I don't know how astute this guy is. Like obviously he didn't catch me going in and stealing his canteen. So like, did he actually memorize how full it was? Like he remembers his glasses. You know, like I can't decide.
Yeah.
How compos mentis this guy is. Like I can't get a good read on him because his plan is ass. It's a terrible plan. But like, you know, at the same time he remembers the glasses, and I'm just gonna fill it up.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just fill it up to the and cap it off, and you wanna take it back?
You know, I think Bigby, you should pour out the rest of that. Destroy the evidence as it was.
You know, okay. I did have a thought about it.
Yeah, what was the thought?
You think it would be funny to just give this to the Evergreen Legion and see what they do with it?
I'm gonna be honest with you. You're gonna go over there, and they're just gonna give you their pistol and ask you to kill him. That's been like every time I go over there, they say, "Would you like to kill me, sir?" And then like I'm like, "No, I don't want to kill you. I have another inquiry." And then they just keep going about me killing them.
What if I say that it's poison?
It might work. Like here was my thought is that guy in there is an asshole.
Yes.
And so I figure we just dose his ass, and then in the chaos of the Evergreen Legion fighting with the orcs, we just fuck off. Everybody here's gonna die anyways. We just fuck off and leave. And then maybe we show up somewhere else, and everybody here is dead, so there's no accountability, and we just be like, yeah, we're survivors. You know, yeah. It's better than this. This plan is terrible.
I like your plan. I like your plan. I'm just saying. You know what? I'm gonna ask you. You give me whatever you think is the best answer, and I'll go with that.
Okay.
What if we bring the whole cauldron over there to the Evergreen, and we say, hey, this is poison. Fill up your canteens, and when you charge in, down it, and then you'll be sure to have a death worthy of the Emperor.
So, like, the last time we deployed the leaf, it made the orcs angrier and more violent at us.
Right.
And it's just that previous experiment makes me feel a little bit nervous about weaponizing drugs even further. Like, I like the plan. It's a great idea. Like, I have no doubt they're going to drink it. It's what happens after they drink it that is kind of, like, up in the air, and it could go either way. And so...
It really could, because it makes you hallucinate and see fucked up shit. So it really could go either way.
Yeah.
If you say no, I'll dump it.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it.
All right.
What's gonna happen?
I like your style.
We're gonna die either way. We might as well have some fun on the way out.
Yeah. Hey, you mind? You want to carry this over to the Creepy Legion?
All of this?
Yeah, we're gonna bring it over to them, set it down nice and gentle. And we're gonna let them fill up their canteens.
Hey, that's great.
All right. This is going swimmingly. Sheety, we do that.
So you're filling up the cauldron.
So the cauldron has all of the water in it. He dumps like whatever he was carrying back to the latrine back in there. So it's just full of boiled leaf water. And we're gonna bring that over to the Evergreen Legion.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Hey!
That's my favorite DM
Yeah.
voice right there. That's the DM voice that implies we're doing something that's so wildly outside of what he predicted that he's improvising now. That's my favorite DM voice.
Hey! Evergreen!
Here we go.
Evergreen Legion!
They turn.
Every
Fuck.
time.
It's
Like
so
clockwork,
creepy,
dude.
right?
Every time.
You know, like clockwork. Maybe they're robots.
Yeah, it's possible. I think I
Are
saw
you-
an eyeball through one of their masks, but I don't know.
Are you robots?
There's like a pause. And then, are you approaching from the same direction?
Yeah. Yeah, sure, why not?
Oh, the one on the corner steps forward. No.
Oh. All right. I come bearing gifts. It comes to my attention that we're gonna go together to die for the Emperor, or whatever the fuck. Right?
We're going to die.
Okay, at a minimum, we got there. Okay, so I fancy myself, what are these? An alchemist. They're like wizards, right? I don't know. Anyway, I made this cauldron of poison. So if you run in, we're gonna run in with the spear, the lieutenant told us, the whole spear mover, and then you're gonna get in there, and obviously you're gonna die. But worst case scenario, you get shot in the leg and you don't die. I made this poison. So you fill up your canteen and you drink it before you run into battle, and it will guarantee that you'll die once you get in there.
He steps forwards until he's like face to face with you.
Why are you bending down? That's kind of rude.
Puts his hand on your shoulder.
Oh, don't.
That is a very thoughtful gift. Would you like to join us in death, brother?
I think I'm going to, because I'm going on the mission with you, and we're all gonna die together.
I already drank mine.
Yeah, I made it, so. Oh, you're so clammy. Sheepy, you know better. If you leave dead air, I'm gonna fill it.
No, I was trying to get past it and be like, okay, I could get back into this character, and I was it's so clammy. And he straightens up and says, "We will accept this gift."
You guys need straws or anything because of the like
So
when
I,
those
like-
come off? You need me
And-
to find some straws.
He takes out his canteen, unscrews it, pours out the water, which just walks forward, and they all kind of do the same thing. And there's like
They're just doing it. So I got excited.
I know.
Yeah, and then right
I'm
before you
excited too.
charge in, you just chug it down, I guess.
how fast does it act?
So you take it, and you'll have plenty of time to run directly into the heart of orcs and hope they kill you first. But if they don't, it'll work in there. So give or take 5 minutes or so.
Either way, we will die.
Correct?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
And then as they kind of finish off, dipping and I just turn around and walk back.
Is all the water gone out of the cauldron now?
Pretty much. There's like a little.
Okay, let's dump the rest quick. We gotta get rid of the evidence.
Maybe he just grabs it and tips it over.
And they just go. It's like pretty dark at this point. The sky's being lit up by the explosions and the firing, and you can hear like not very distant, but kind of distant exchanges of small arms fire, like spotted around. Doesn't sound like the main attack has started yet. And yeah, they literally just go back to the square where they've been standing and just stand there.
I didn't think that would work.
I told you they're very pliable. Like
That
they
works
just
so well.
they just go along with it as long as it ends in death. It's kind of shocking.
I said I'm an alchemist, and they didn't even question that.
Yeah. Imagine saying that to the captain. She would have called you out on that shit like instantly.
Right. Well, at least we know they're not robots. They did
Yeah.
answer that. So
It's true. There are people in there somewhere.
you know, I'm a little offended that no one asked me if I wanted to kill them.
Yeah.
Do
I think-
you?
I don't. I'm just offended they didn't. Do you seem like more kill worthy? Is that the situation? Like, could I not kill someone? I guess.
I mean, maybe it's because you have a cauldron. That's not a normal thing that people bring to a war.
Oh, you're right. You're not wrong.
Like they tend to just, people have like these stereotypes in their head. They see a ratling with a cauldron, and they're like, "Oh, he's like the cook." And so they saw me with the rifle when I walked over, like, "Oh, he kills people," and they were like, "Oh, he cooks for people." Maybe
Yeah,
it's
you
not as
know-
offensive as you think.
You're right. I forgot that you carry the gun. It's so big. All right. I won't be offended. Okay.
All right.
Okay. You want to get some shut eye and bunk down?
I gotta put
Yeah.
the canteen back. Is he still asleep?
He is still asleep.
All right, I'll put the canteen back.
Alright. I'll allow, because that was a really good stealth roll, and it sucks to have to
Alright.
make another one. As long as you don't want to do anything additionally.
No, I just
essentially,
want to put the canteen back.
yeah,
That's it.
So you kind of like sneak in again. You're like softly, and down, and walk, and yeah. The Cumberbond Bumblebuck is just
Perfect.
Perfect. And then we just go for shut eye.
all right. Very good. So you bed down to the sound of there's occasional screamings, and there's starting like a slow trickle of troopers who've been shot, who've been exploded, etc. You know, like you're quite far away from the main Medicaid tent like area, but you can still occasionally hear some screaming and stuff. It's that's the thing.
The sweet sound of war.
And hey, you just like conks out. You have anything you want to discuss, or is it just like literally like?
No, I'm
been a long day,
exhausted
fuck
from
it,
today's
sleep,
proceedings.
Yeah, we're done.
Okay. So, we'll
I will say I can only picture like those Disney movies where there's one character who's like way bigger than everyone else, and we just sleep like next to Hay. Like he's like curled up. And we're like, yeah.
Just like a big pile of golden retrievers.
Yeah.
An especially larger golden, like 2 chihuahuas and a golden retriever.
Yeah.
Just in a pile.
Oh god.
Or Saint Bernard. Saint Bernard.
Yeah.
So you are awoken. Kind of like, just there's no rough awakening. It's still like occasional sounds of battle. Especially the artillery is pretty consistent. But it still sounds like, and it's daytime, but early daytime. It still sounds like it's still in the preliminaries of the fight or the battle war. So you probably get up and go visit those shitters that you found earlier to relieve yourselves and whatnot. Feel free to carry on for a sec because I need to figure something out.
Is it
Hey,
what
good
to do with
morning.
My fuckery.
I mean, like odds are that it is, yeah.
Well, since we're going to die today, probably.
Yeah.
What was the last thing you dreamt about, folks?
It's just sort of an empty mass. I don't really dream about anything while I'm on Caddick. I don't know if it's just a leaf or what, but ever since I got here, I don't dream. I just disappear from reality for a little while, and then, I'm back.
Yeah, no. I won't lie. I've been kind of microdosing with the boiled water. So
Oh,
yeah.
maybe I
We're
should
trying to-
do that.
Oh, I wouldn't.
I've had a weird dream with the big purple bird man.
Big purple bird man, huh?
Well, it
What
was.
are
What happened there?
I don't know. I don't remember.
That is the frustrating thing about dreams. You remember a big purple bird, but just no idea what else happened.
Yeah.
No,
No. Okay. Did you fight it?
I think I ate it.
Oh.
Splat, seeing as this is your fault, can you roll me a d10, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, carry on.
I don't like that. So you ate the bird, you're saying?
Anyway,
like a-
I ate the bird.
Yeah, was it like a was it like a bird or was it like a man bird? Because you said a bird man.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, is there a difference between birdman and man bird?
You know, I don't know. I think one's more man and one's more bird, but I'll let you decide that yourself.
I think it was more bird.
Uh-huh.
So,
And you just ate it.
as you're talking, you see your lieutenant walking past you, completely naked, happily.
I mean, for ratlings, it's not that uncommon that we're naked.
And then he like turns to you and then turns
I do it back.
and keeps walking and etc. So just to let you know what you rolled, Splat, thank you very much for this. Nobody can see me. The character thinks they're invisible.
I go to find the captain's tent.
Okay.
Captain?
Come.
I enter. Salute. Make the Aquila. I believe that the lieutenant might be indisposed.
What do you mean by indisposed?
He's walking around the camp naked and dancing at people and then continuing on to the next person and then dancing naked. Ma'am?
Shite. I'm gonna get in trouble for this. All right. Specialist Hodgson.
Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations, you're now a sergeant. And you're leading this assault.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, and she like pulls out a bolt pistol. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to have to go get rid of a useless piece of shite.
As you wish, ma'am. Permission to be excused.
You're excused. And
I
hey,
salute again and I dip out.
Sergeant Hodgson.
Yes, ma'am.
If you fuck this up, you're gonna regret it.
I can see how that would be the case, ma'am. Thank you.
Dismissed.
I leave the tent somewhat stunned that this whole thing came together.
And as you're like walking back, you walk in, you hear the Evergreen Legion, like they're kind of shouted like, everyone prepare to die, and they're starting to get ready. You can take that as a sign that they've maybe seen an opportunity and things are gonna essentially pick up soon.
I run back to Bigby.
Yeah, you get back to where you and Bigby are.
Bigby! Operation Scorpion is a go! Operation Treaded. Look! They promoted me to sergeant and said I'm in charge of the whole thing and she wouldn't kill the lieutenant!
That's great. We should go kill the lieutenant. I don't care. Fuck that guy.
And you hear a...
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. And he takes off running and goes into the lieutenant's tent and immediately takes that guy's sunglasses and puts them on and runs back out. Look at these!
Yeah! Is there anything else in the tent? I'm the sergeant now. Let's loot this bitch.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. Let's go back.
Woo!
So yeah,
I get excited about the glasses.
Oh my god, this is so 12th, it's beautiful.
I love this quote. I'm the sergeant now. Let's loot this bitch.
So there's a
Look at me. We all are looters now.
Hey, do me a favor. Stand outside and just look scary. Scary
Yeah.
face, hey.
Go stand outside. Hey, you just look tough when people walk
Mean
by. Go
face.
at them.
Yeah.
So yeah, inside the tent, very quickly, there is a crate of really expensive amasec, which is essentially like a spirit, like a drink.
Okay. All right, we take that, obviously.
There is also the sniper rifle, solid shot, slightly better than a long las.
I'm gonna borrow that. That's definitely. I'm gonna get that.
And there's also a really nice rattling suit, like just kind of like hung up and pressed and.
Like a suit?
It's like yeah. It's like
business
a
suit? Okay.
it's more like noble garb. You know, it's like I don't think either of you were here for this when it was me and Simon were discussing it. He's the equivalent of like Earth. He's like a rattling Kanye West. He's like.
Well, he was.
Are you
yeah,
telling me
was.
I orchestrated the downfall of Yi, bro?
Yeah, you essentially organized the execution of rattling Kanye West.
You know
I
what?
feel
I
good
was
about
fine
myself
before,
now.
and now it's a positive.
I
This is a net gain for society, I believe.
I feel conflicted about it. I'll be honest with you. Like, I didn't know he was that famous.
Yeah.
I thought he was just some asshole.
You know.
Oh no.
I'm fine with this.
So, what we will say is, as we fade out on two rattlings, just nicking.
Like we're
looting-
literally in chests.
Yeah,
throwing
just
things
looting
at each other,
everything.
underwear flying.
Sheep, I think for your transition, you see like Hay is outside looking menacing, and you
Yeah.
see one rattling hand reach to the near the top of the tent and hang a sign that just says Sergeant Hardshin. Like it's no, this is his tent.
And yeah, we fade out because next episode. Well, I don't know what's gonna happen because I can't trust you guys at all. But in theory, next episode you're charging. You're gonna try and take out the herder, the big boss of this.
Have you seen the series where I was an inquisitor? You should have known that heresy and just all kinds of things are going to go off the rail. I don't stick to the
Hey.
straight and narrow.
Hey, I'm
do it.
I'm cool with that. Like, you know, it's we'll see how things go. It's the best way I go. It's like I don't want to say what might happen because I don't know.
Like
Bentham,
some people want us to kill the herder.
yeah. Bentham, I know you were asking Sheepy for episode titles for the first episode, and he doesn't do that because he's him. But episode 3 is for sure called Operation Scorpion. So
Right, there we go.
I'd say
K to make it
Operation.
sound more awesome.
I'd say Operation Trident, but
no.
Well, it's not a trident anymore.
was
Now
the
it can be
longest-
a better battle strategy. You did it. You killed him.
It was never a trident.
That was the longest, most frustrating conversation I have ever had in a tabletop game. Like you played it off great, man. I've never had somebody treat me like I'm the idiot when their plan is idiocy, and it's so frustrating trying to get through that. Like, no, I'm not the dumb one. You're the dumb one.
Do you have any idea how long Vandy's been trying to get rid of Lieutenant Cumberdict?
Well, you're very, very welcome. I was around him
Listen.
for like 10 minutes, and I was like, this guy's got to go. I don't know what I need to do to get rid of this guy, but he's got to go.
So to begin with, she was his superior, and the second she was promoted above him, she was talking about like, "Can I kill him now?" And I'm like, "He's a celebrity; it could cause problems."
So I have to say, the three of us seem to be Vandy's favorite people. We're the first people to play the 12th.
Yeah.
We played them perfectly. They had a good time watching us last time, and we killed their least favorite person. So I mean, I feel like
I feel like a promotion to the Inquisition is in order. Like some of us are definitely making it to a Dark Heresy campaign.
Hey,
Would you imagine the three of us?
we
I
died.
I
mean,
don't know if they would
Inquisition?
let an Ogren be an Inquisitor, like a junior Inquisitor. Like I don't know how that would play out.
I'll make it happen.
Is this like Rolfred does the old guardsman party?
I feel like if we survive these 4 episodes, Hay is gonna be a general. Like that's a real thing.
I mean, I suppose at some point I could make it to Bulgrin. but I don't know how that works. I think I just need to like let my hair grow or something.
Like Samson, yeah.
Yeah, it's like I need a
Who's your
handlebar.
hater? I like this.
But yeah, Bedlam, take us away.
Let's go through the announcements then, where you can find people. And then we're gonna go do an after show. We can think more on the events of today and the repercussions. So the Patreon gubbins are happening. We got the Night's Black Agent sheets from our recent Saturday show. They're out now on the Patreon that you can check out. More stuff coming, probably from Ascension. There usually is. Always plenty of stuff there. There's a mage campaign starting up on the 14th of August, so keep an eye out for that. Not quite yet, but in a couple Saturdays' time, you'll be able to check that out. And of course, sponsored by Roll20. Check out our pinned tweets for latest giveaway gubbins. And if you tune into our shows, you're more likely to catch giveaways that are happening. Especially on Thursdays, because that's when Maggie's around and she runs them, and that's why I have no idea what's going on with them, because I'm like, that's Maggie's job, it's not mine. I just know there's giveaways sometimes, but keep an eye out. Yeah, let's go through where you can find people, what they're up to. How about we start this time with Wandering DM?
It's me. Hi, I'm Simon at Wandering DM. You can find me later tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern over on twitch.tv/Prexagorithesphoria as we play Blue Rose, which is a romantic fantasy game. Then on Wednesday, again on Praxis channel, I'm in a Witcher game. Then on Thursday, we are starting the second collection, so the next bundle of 6 issues of Sentinels of the Multiverse in the Wandering DM cinematic universe. Then on Friday, we're playing Cyberpunk, the mid-season episode of our very last season. We only have, I think it's 3 more weeks to go. And then after over a year of playing Cyberpunk Red, we are taking a break. And Saturday for Scion, if you want to see baby godlings.
Alright,
Just me.
Splat, where can we find you? What are you up to?
Yeah, my name is Splattercat Gaming. I cover indie games and do 30-minute previews of games that are coming out. So basically, I sit around with a long list of games. I go through all of it, and then I bring you the best of the best for the week, as much as I can. And you can find me at youtube.com/SplatterCatGaming. Same thing for Twitch TV. I tend to do follow-ups if the 30-minute video wasn't enough info to figure out if you want to play the game. We didn't get far enough in. Usually stream it for another 3 or 4 hours on the day the video goes live, so you can see that there as well.
Right, and Omega Gaming.
That's me. I do more of this. If you want to see me be an idiot on the internet playing tabletop games, you can find me at twitch.tv/unmadegaming or thousands of hours of content over on youtube.com/unmadegaming. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Links are probably in the description somewhere. You guys can find that shit. See you over there.
And of course, Sheepy.
Hello, I'm Sheepdog.
All we get. The way we get. Find him at what is the Wandering Inn. He does TCRPG stuff. Oh dear. That's all the things. We're gonna go do an after show, which you can of course check out on our Patreon in the coming days, and we'll catch you with more last ditch with this ridiculous and wonderful crew next Sunday, and the next time you will catch Roll Fruit will be on Thursday with the next episode of Dungeons and Dragons Ascension. So may the dice roll ever in your favor.